Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to go ahead and call our regular BCC meeting, August 10th, 2021, to order. Can I get a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Here.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia. And Chair Raybal.
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So that is also a confirmation of a quorum. So we're going to go on to item number 1C. And this is the Pledge of Allegiance, the State Pledge, and a moment of reflection. And for the moment of reflection, we're going to go ahead and we'd like to dedicate our moment of reflection to Mr. Ed Moreno as one of our own who's passed away last week. So we are going to have that moment of reflection dedicated to our county commissioner, Mr. Ed Moreno. But we'll go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. So we're going to go ahead and go to the moment of reflection, and we're going to go ahead and go to Mr. Rico Lovato, and afterwards we will dedicate this moment of reflection to Mr. Commissioner Ed Moreno.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community. We take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lovato. Okay, and I know this is a very difficult time as we had our last BCC meeting last Tuesday. We also received word that one of our counterparts that was a dedicated commissioner on this board for 3.5 years, passed away due to a brain tumor, and he was such a great individual that we all cared quite a bit for. I know that, just looking back at that, I want to really thank the family for allowing him to be a part of this board and sharing their husband, father, uncle, brother, with the commission to be able to serve on this board. So I'm going to go to commissioners individually that may want to speak on Commissioner Moreno's behalf, and then I'd like to read his obituary and then ask for a moment of silence. Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Commissioner Moreno, an individual who I knew for a short time, probably like you said, 3 years or so. An individual that actually was a public servant. He actually did stuff for the community. He did lots of things for his community. I can remember whenever I went to a community meeting at the ECIA, the El Dorado Community Improvement area, and he was announcing he was going to run for office. And he did, and he succeeded, and just wanted to give my condolences out to his wife, his family, because when you sit up here, as he did, during some challenges that he had in his life, he as well as us continued to help out Commissioner Moreno, and we all did a good job. He did a good job, and once again, he'll be missed, definitely in the community of the El Dorado area. He was very involved in the library, the senior center. The county's assisted in throughout the years, and just once again, my condolences to the Moreno family, and Mr. Moreno, you actually did a great job. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you. Commissioner Moreno was an amazing person. He was a rare individual in a lot of ways, in the way he really lived his moral compass and tried to bring things to the community that he knew was important from his own experiences. We campaigned together, the three of us, Commissioner Moreno, myself, and Commissioner Hansen, all campaigned for the first time to be commissioners in the same year, and shared that experience, which was new to all of us, and shared what some of our goals were, and then worked on them together. And so, you know, it was such a pleasure being able to serve with him and to see how he approached things, and to recognize that, like, no matter what was going on, he was going to be even-tempered and forward-looking and accepting of everybody. That was something to really look up to and to be able to try to emulate. So it was just a privilege to be able to serve with him, and recognize that we truly did lose a wonderful person way too soon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I first met Commissioner Moreno when he was running for office in 2016, because I had considered running at that time, and he and some of my friends convinced me that we should let him go first, and I agreed to that because I really saw that he was, you know, going to be a very good commissioner, that he was thoughtful, he cared about, and you know, and that certainly proved to be true. We also really appreciated his service to the El Dorado community on the ECIA board, being president during a very difficult time. And just yesterday, one of my friends who is a retired journalist reminded me that he had been a very good reporter for the Associated Press earlier in his life. So I agree with all of you. It's really sad that he passed away so soon, because he had a lot more that he could have given us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Hansen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, there aren't words that express, I know, the sadness that we all feel in the loss of Commissioner Moreno. I was incredibly honored to work with him. We worked together on many resolutions, and I know that he was a real partner to me in renewable energy, sustainability, climate change. He cared deeply about that. He recognized that we were in a climate emergency. And he cared deeply about civil rights. And I was really grateful that we got to work on the last resolution that he brought forward together on civil rights, and how important that was to him. He was an incredible, gifted, decent, kind human being, and I am honored to have been able to serve with him. And it's just, I feel deep sadness from my heart in the loss of him passing. And so my condolences, deep condolences to his family. And please, we all forward to the memorial, which will be in September. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. And as Commissioner Hansen stated, there are no words to describe the loss to the community and to the commission. And there's no words to describe the personality of Commissioner Moreno. He has left a positive and great influence on my life, and the memory of serving on this board of county commissioners will be a memory that I'll remember for the rest of my life. God bless him and his family. He will be missed. And I just want to thank them for allowing him to spend the time with the commission and spend, give us that time to be able to spend with him, because the time that he spent here was time away from family. So we appreciate that and just want to remember that in his memory. Commissioner Garcia, did you have something else you wanted to say, sir? Or? For somebody else? So I'm going to, is there anybody else that would like to come forward and share a memory and speak, to a memory for Mr. Moreno or Commissioner Moreno? Please come forward, Olivia. We have Olivia Romo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Olivia Romo, and I'm with the Constituent Services Liaison Department with the County Manager's Office. And I served as Commissioner Moreno's liaison for the last 2 years that he was in office. And as a young Chicana and Hispana from northern New Mexico, Commissioner Moreno was a huge influence in my life as a first generation Mexican-American public servant and somebody who is very committed to social justice and representing underserved populations in his community and where he came from. And as a writer, it was just a privilege to work with him, and he taught me so much. And I just wanted to share those memories here with all of you this afternoon and say may he rest in power, and to all of his family and his constituency that he served so well. May he rest in peace. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Olivia Romo, for those words. I know that you worked very closely with Commissioner Moreno during his final time as a commissioner, so I do appreciate that. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and read Commissioner Moreno's obituary because it does talk a lot about his life and his accomplishments, which I think is important that we can put on public record. Ed Moreno's life was a continuous course of public service carried out with the highest integrity and ethics. Ed died Tuesday, 27th, at home of a brain tumor. He was 67 years old. Possessed of an inequivocally mind, abundant intelligence, and sparkling wit, he could carry on an interesting conversation with anyone on any topic. Being with Ed was easy, fun, and often enlightening as he explored topics ranging from politics, the environment, history, justice to dogs, cats, travel, and family. Ed was born in Mexico City and moved with his family to the United States as a young child when his father accepted a job at the first Spanish-speaking language radio station in Denver, Colorado. He earned his bachelor's degree in journalism from the University of Northern Colorado in 1977 and began his career working for a small newspapers. He landed a job in Santa Fe, New Mexico at the Santa Fe New Mexican in 1980, where his distinguished reporting on crime courts and politics was highly respected by sources and colleagues. In the mid-'80s, he was hired as New Mexico Capital correspondent and newsman for the Associated Press. During this time at the AP, Ed earned a number of awards for his coverage of state capital news, the governor and elected officials, legislative issues, and features from around the state. His investigative reporting led to change in New Mexico liquor laws and adult guardianship. Following his 10 years at the Associated Press, Ed joined the New Mexico State Land Office as Assistant Commissioner for the Public Affairs, where he developed skills in policymaking, facilitation, and governmental decision-making. In 2005, Ed took his talents to the Keystone Policy Center, an organization that works to overcome national and local policies conflicts previously thought insurmountable in the energy, environment, education, health, agricultural, land management, and tribal communities. He traveled the country helping to solve complex problems through dialogue and public involvement. Ed's capstone experience was his election to Santa Fe County Commission in 2016. He served the constituents of District 5 until just short of his term. During his tenure on the commission, Ed was most proud of taking part in the Amat settlement and expanding water services in rural areas including Poake Valley, El Dorado, and Cañoncita. He was also very proud of his role in growing the trails system and overseeing the new county administrative complex and renovating the old county building. In each role, Ed focused on improving the quality of life for everyone. Whether he was reporting on a thorny legislative issue or facilitating a regional water plan, his objective was always the same: better understanding and better decisions to benefit the public. Ed leaves behind his wife, Janet Wise, daughters Robin Chadwick and Robert, Talia Sledge and David, and Lisa Moreno, grandchildren Evelyn, Rosalind Chadwick, and Price, and Solomon Sledge, sister Elsa Anderson, Harold Abato, sister, brother-in-law Lori and George Bradley, niece Blythe Bradley, and nephew Max Bradley. He is also survived by Bailey, one of his best dogs ever, and Ginger Snap, the beautiful but kind of mean cat he loved anyways. As an immigrant who gained citizenship when he turned 18, Ed felt strongly about helping other immigrants attain that status. He was passionate about water and the environment. If you are inclined to give in his name to Somos Un Pueblo Unido, Santa Fe Conservation Trust, or any other local organization working to do good in these areas, please join us to honor Ed at a remembrance event on September 18th at 3 p.m. at Rivera on Rodeo Road. Thank you, and if we could just have a moment of silence for our commissioner. Thank you. I think we were going to go to dedicate this moment of silence to Commissioner Moreno and bring other ones forward in the future and on other meetings. So is that okay with the commission unless there's, okay. Okay, so we're going to go on to our next item, and this is item number 1.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Garcia?
if I may, I'd like to have a moment of silence for an individual, an additional individual.
Well, I'd like to see if we can bring these forward on the next commission and just dedicate this to Commissioner Moreno today, if that's okay.
Yes. That's
Okay,
fine.
thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Okay, so we're going to move on to the approval of the agenda. And this is item number 1F. And this is the approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda, Manager Miller?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, board members. Yes, we posted the original agenda on August 3rd at 6:01 p.m. and then amended the agenda on Friday, August 6th at 4:04 p.m. The amendments on Friday were item 7C. That's under presentations, and that is the presentation by the Pipeline Coalition. The letter from the coalition was added to the packet material. Then item 8B, matters from the county manager, an update on community overlay process for changes to cannabis regulations. That packet material was also updated and the memo was added. Then under section 10 A, matters from the county attorney. The item 5 under 10A, it's 10A5, that item was added. And then under item 10C, which is potential action items, after executive session, that is request approval of the agreement between ASME Council 18 and the county. That item was added as well. And those are all the changes I have to the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Did we have any other requests from the commission as far as moving any items forward? No? Okay, seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair, I move for
Second.
Commissioner Garcia has motioned and Commissioner Hamilton has second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Aye. We have an approved agenda, passed unanimously. I'm going to go on to item number 2A, and this is the request approval of the July 13th, 2021 Board of County Commission meeting minutes. Do we have any changes, Commissioner Hanson?
Believe it or not, there are no changes today on the minutes, so I move to approve.
Awesome. Thank you for that motion. Do I hear a
Second.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from multiple commissioners. I think I heard Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Hamilton. So with a motion and a second, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. So next, we're going to move on to item number 3, and this is our consent agenda. Are there any items on this consent agenda that commissioners would like further information for, or would like to pull them for questions?
Mr. Chair, I would like to pull item number C.
I'm sorry, which item was that, sir? Commissioner? Item number C, do you need additional information, or do you want it pulled and then answered afterwards?
I just have some questions, Mr. Chair, on item number C.
Okay, so we have some questions on item C. So we can go ahead and answer those questions and see if we can approve the consent agenda completely. So Commissioner Garcia, do you want to go ahead and ask your questions, and we'll see if we can have staff answer? Is that okay, Manager Miller?
Madam Chair, this is actually the amendment number 5, increasing the compensation for an additional $50,000 for the El Dorado Library. A great library. I actually worked on the phase 1 of that library. I'm just asking because I have a library in my district, and I'm thinking a little bit ahead as into how we can help out libraries throughout Santa Fe County. So amendment number 5, can somebody let me know what the original agreement is for this? And now we're increasing to $50,000.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we budget at the beginning of the year for operations, an operational assistant to the nonprofit that operates the library, $50,000 a year. So they generate and raise the money for all the library operations, but for the $50,000 per year, and also the reason the contract probably adds up to a little bit more, we also receive grants from the state for the library to buy books, and so those get added to the contract as well. And we have done the same for La Cienega. We've provided, they don't have a formal nonprofit to operate the library. We built the El Dorado Library at the request of the community that already had established a nonprofit to operate it. And so we built it, but they have, from the beginning, they have been our contracted operator and lessee. They do fundraisers and raise money to operate it, and then we provide $50,000 a year. We also, to Espanola, Edgewood, and Santa Fe libraries, we provide about $25,000 a year towards their operations. And La Cienega, we have provided the facility and computers, internet, utilities. but they don't, and we've received some funding from the state to purchase books, which we've done, but what we don't have is an entity to operate it. That's how this one differs from the others. And then the ones with Espanola and Edgewood and the city of Santa Fe, they have their own staff that operate them, and we just provide a small amount of funding every year to assist in that for providing services to county residents.
Madam Chair, Manager Miller, I appreciate that, and I certainly understand how that works. And the electrical services, so on and so forth, those are necessities that we provide for every building in Santa Fe County. So I'm just thinking a little bit ahead. So when we do go to our next budget cycle, I certainly understand how the El Dorado community raises money, and they do an excellent job in that community for ice cream socials once a year, to paying for the librarian, and providing a great library for that elementary school that's right next door. And so I'm just thinking, once again, a little bit ahead as into I need to get with my community to, if there is $50,000 a year that the county can actually assist in operations for a facility or a library, I just need to get my constituents in my area to start raising a little bit of more money and get a little more organized, so that way we can actually provide some funding that we are providing for El Dorado for different communities throughout the county. But thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Manager Miller.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for those questions. Commissioner Hughes?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And as you all know, the Vista Grande Library is in my district, so I know the people who run it, and it provides a lot of community services beyond just being a library. It's a place where our search and rescue team meets monthly. They provide programming for children, and they are particularly grateful this year for the county's support, because they weren't able to do the ice cream social. Nobody is being social this year, and so they were pretty worried about their budget, and really are very appreciative of this support. And I certainly agree with Commissioner Garcia that we should try and encourage, these kind of community libraries in other communities and do what we can to support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes, and those are some really great points. So thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for the points you brought up. And also, Commissioner Hughes, thank you for sharing how this facility is utilized in your community, because we do have areas where sometimes they call it the watering hole, where everybody hangs out and they can come together and we can have great meetings there. So we appreciate you sharing on how our facility is used, our constituents. So thank you, sir. Commissioner Hanson? No, thank you, Commissioner Hanson. So if there's not any other, Commissioner Hamilton?
I would move to approve the consent agenda.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Hughes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. So, Madam Clerk, can we get a resolution number for item number 3A?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the resolution for item 3A is 2021-072, and for 3B, it is 073.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our next item after the consent agenda. This is item number 4. This is request approval of the reappointment of one individual and the appointment of one individual to the Health Policy and Planning Commission, HPPC, Community Service Department, and from the Community Service Department, we have Ms. Patricia Boyes. And Ms. Boyes, this isn't specific to any district, it doesn't appear, or is it? No, we can't quite hear you yet.
It says,
It's green, so.
Can you hear me now? The mask doesn't help, I know. What I'm seeking today is approval of 2 appointments. They are both commission-specific. The resolution creating or establishing composition of the HPPC provides for 1 member from each commission district and then 4 countywide. Today, I'm asking for reappointment of Nelsie Dominguez to the District 3 position. She has been serving one term, and she would like to be reappointed to a second term. And then the second is a new appointment to District 2 of Susan Lyons. So I am seeking for both of these. Nelsie Dominguez has served well in the HPPC. She's the program director at Konama Foundation, and her perspective has been very helpful to the HPPC. She's also been very involved in our Connect program. Susan Lyons has both a legal and a nursing and hospital background. She is very interested in the social determinants of health, and she has had experience educating people about community resources, and we believe that her service on the HPPC would benefit the commission. So I will be happy to answer any questions about either of these candidates.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you. Thank you, Patricia, for spending time interviewing candidates. I know you had a number of really good candidates for District 2, and I really appreciate you making a strong effort to find the best fit for the HPPC. And so I am completely supportive of Susan Lyons, and I would like to move to approve her appointment to the HPPC.
So these districts were, is that Commission 1 and Commission 2? Is that, which commission districts they were?
Susan Lyons is for District 2, and Nelsie Dominguez.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Susan Lyons is for District 2, and Nelsie Dominguez is for District 3.
Okay, 2 and 3. Okay, so we have a motion from our Commission 2 district. Do we have a second from our Commission 3? Do you have your mic on, Commissioner? Okay.
I'll second it, and I just have a little bit of discussion in regards to,
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Garcia under discussion. Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to thank Nelsie Dominguez for actually reapplying for this position. She's actually has been involved in the committee for the last 3 years. This is a 3-year appointment, and during those last 3 years, as we all know, which we all attended La Sala, which is actually our new behavioral health facility located off of Galisteo. And this board was actually one of the boards that actually was very instrumental, as well as working with the county manager on our community services department for the mentally challenged individuals in our community, which serves both the city and the county and the outlining residents of Santa Fe County. And her resume, working for Konalma Foundation, Farm to Table, there's many things that she has on her resume here, which I think she would actually continue to add some positive to our great board that we have there. And so with that, I definitely am for Nelsie Dominguez. Thank you, Patricia, for bringing that forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hanson?
I would like to amend my motion to approve both Nelsie Dominguez and Susan Lyons.
Okay, so we'll get a motion for the recommended individual for District 2 is what I'm thinking, and then a motion for District 3. Is that what you're thinking about, Commissioner Hanson?
I was just including them in one motion.
Okay, so, and then we have a second from Commissioner Garcia, correct? And then, is there anything else under discussion? Commissioner Hughes?
I just really quickly want to say that I've known Nelsie Dominguez for many, many years, and she's certainly a great public servant in our community, and it's great that she's on our Health Planning Commission and is willing to serve again. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Any other comments under discussion? Okay. I just want to also thank Ms. Boyce for the hard work that entails doing the research and coming forward with a recommendation of individuals that represent the districts in all of our districts. You know, we appreciate that because, you know, it's not always an easy task to make those decisions, so we do appreciate your hard work doing that. Okay, so with that, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Boyce.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Next, we're going to go into item number 5, and it's 5A. A request authorizing to publish title and general summary of ordinance amending the Santa Fe County Sustainable Land Development Code, SLDC ordinance number 2016-9, to amend the Sustainable Land Development Code, Santa Fe Community College District Circulation Map, and Map 3, Santa Fe County Sustainable Land Development Code, Santa Fe Community College District Land Use Zoning Code of the Sustainable Land Development Code. And from the Growth Management Department, we have Mr. Nathan Manzanares.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On April 13th, 2021, the board approved by unanimous decision the conceptual plan to amend the previously approved Oshara Master Plan subdivision within the Community College Plan Development District, CCD, subject to the following condition. The applicant shall seek and obtain approval of amendment to Appendix F, Map 3 of the Community College Land Use Zoning Map prior to submitting an application for preliminary and final plat. The purpose of the SLDC text amendment of Map F, Appendix F, Map 2 and 3, inelligibly triggers the need also to amend Map 2 of the Sustainable Land Development Code within the Community College District Circulation Map. It is in the public's interest to update both Appendix F, Map 2, and Map 3 to ensure proper build-out of the Oshara Master Plan subdivision, as well as maintaining consistency within the Santa Fe Community College Plan Development District. Therefore, an amendment to the SLDC is being requested in order to establish comprehensive zoning and proper build-out, as well as traffic circulation related to development within the Santa Fe County Community College Plan District, and also to ensure that such development is done sustainably and in the spirit of the SLDC and SGMBP. You've been provided exhibits that show the existing map, as well as what's proposing to be amended. If title and general summary is approved by the board, this item will be reviewed by the Planning Commission and then taken back to the board for a final decision on the ordinance amendment. The ordinance would then take effect 30 days after recordation. Staff recommends approval of the request to publish title and general summary of the proposed ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I now stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Manzanares. So do we have questions from the board? And can you tell us which district, commission district this is in?
This is going to be in Commission District 3, I believe, and 5.
3?
Mhm. And 5. 5,
So we have, so we're looking at 5?
yes. The Community College District's in
Commissioners to
5.
see.
This is in District 4 and 5.
4 and 5.
4 and 5?
Oh, some of it's in 4.
District 5.
She has a little bit.
I apologize.
Okay, Commissioner Hughes' district is, okay. Commissioner Hughes, I want to come to you first, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did talk to Mr. Griego yesterday extensively about this, so I think you understand it. I just wanted to clarify that essentially what we're doing is changing some land that was designated for institutional uses and designating that for residential. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, that is correct. When the application went forward for the conceptual plan amendment for Oshara, they did change and eliminate some of the existing zoning districts. So this is strictly cleanup to be consistent with what was approved by the board for the conceptual plan amendment for Oshara.
Okay, yes, and so yes, as I understand, and you just said that we're just basically reaffirming what we already approved a few meetings ago, if we pass this.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, that is correct. In order for the applicant to continue forward with platting, with preliminary and final plat, this step needs to be taken.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you. I accept what we're doing, but I just want to state for the record that I think we are taking away a little bit too much institutional and commercial space. And I think that it would have been a better solution if maybe it would have been more equally distributed. I know that that's not in the plan at the moment, but I do think that part of the whole idea of the community, the county, the college district was to have institutional and commercial and residential all mixed together, and this kind of defeats the purpose in some way. And so I am slightly disappointed that this is happening, and I just wanted to state that for the record.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chair, I apologize if this question was already asked, but I have trouble hearing with the mask on. But once again, this is just request authorization to publish entitled general summary. So we still have 2 more public hearings on this. Can staff please actually set up a meeting with myself to go over this? Because I tend to view the community college district as a zoning area that actually includes residential, commercial, institutional designated areas within that district. And like I said, I'd like to meet with staff just to see where and how we're going with this, because once you start eliminating those commercial activities out of that, let's just put a huge Rio Rancho out there in that area with no commercial or no access or no bus stops or nothing. But I would just definitely like to meet with you all. But once again, this is just title and general summary. And so if you can please set up a meeting with me, I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia will definitely do that. And keep in mind, this amendment is for the Oshara area in particular, not necessarily the whole CCD. And also this will go forward to the Planning Commission on August 19th, and then back to the board on September 14th, I believe. But I'll definitely get in touch with you, Commissioner Garcia.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Hanson, for your questions, and thank you, Mr. Manzanares, for your answers. With that being said, I'm going to go back to Commissioner Hughes. This is his district, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve this to go forward.
We have a motion from Commissioner and a second from Commissioner Hanson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, can we get a resolution number for this item? Oh, okay. We do have a resolution spot there, but yeah, that's right, we have to go to the public, so sorry about that. Okay, so we're gonna go on to item number 5B. And this is request approval of a 4-year term agreement number 2021-0150-PWK between Santa Fe County and AECOM in the amount of $499,777.17, inclusive of New Mexico GRT, to provide design engineering services for Section B of the Santa Fe River Greenway project. And secondly, the delegation of the signature authority to the county manager to sign the purchase order. And from the purchasing department, we have Mr. Bill Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're here before you to ask approval of this design contract with AECOM in the amount of $499,777.17, which was selected through an RFP procurement. We received 4 proposals. There was negotiation of the contract and fee amount. That you see that we received proposals in April. We're now before the board in August to get a contract. So the process is a little bit lengthy, particularly when we need to come together on a price that's acceptable by the county. So it was well negotiated, but it did take a little bit of time to do that. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from the board? Commissioner Hanson, and then I'll go to Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Bill, for this. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing this area designed. I believe we have just about all of the land, so we will be able to go forward with design and in the very near future. Is that the plan?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, this is correct. This is a section between Siler Road and San Ysidro Crossing, and I believe all the properties are now finalized, and there may be... Very close. Very close.
Yeah.
Very, very close.
And then I want to make sure that as we design this, that we take into account what will be happening at San Ysidro Crossing and with the community farm and that area, so that is also concerning to me. So I want to make sure that that's paid attention to. And I do have a meeting out on the land with the land that we're leasing to the Reunity Resources this Thursday to talk about how that can be incorporated into this design or what will happen there. So I just want to make sure that's thought about as we go forward. And I've also spoken with Public Works about some kind of low-level crossing at San Ysidro, making sure that as the river trail goes down and crosses over to the west side of the river, that there's that we think about that in the future.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, thank you for those comments. There has been discussion in the negotiations about that area and the crossover.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. And Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. This is actually, as Commissioner Hanson stated, this is a great project that we've all been waiting for, and that affects the entire central area of the county, from the city of San Fe all the way down to La Cienega. The 499,777, do we have construction dollars for this?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, great question. Not exactly. Do we do? Okay, thank you. Because we did do the fee negotiation based on an estimated construction cost, but I'll let Ms. Olson answer the question, Mr. Chair.
Chair Garcia, or sorry, Chair Roybal. Commissioner Garcia, we have an estimated construction cost based on probable construction costs from a kind of an older conceptual plan, and it's about $5 million. And that will be coming up in the next bond cycle.
Mr. Chair, I just have a little bit of concern about it. And the reason being is we're estimating $5 million. Why not 6? Why not 4? And I need to know where these estimates are coming from, because what happened in our last river project that we actually have from San Ysidro West, we bought that property. We dug up from the Roybals, the old sand and gravel property. We dug up buses, junkyard. We dug up everything in that river except bodies. And the price of that project went from here to here. And so whenever I have an estimate, or somebody's telling me there's an estimate of $5 million, and we're hiring this architectural engineering services to design this, who did the estimate, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I believe as Ms. Olson described, they're using the prior construction costs of the other sections to come up with that estimate. We're going to work, this contract will go through that cost estimating process through the study and report phase. The problem with this river is, of course, the unforeseens. We don't know what's in there. I believe this section is a little bit more cleaner than the areas that you described, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia. But it's still unknown what we're going to find, and that's what drives up. They do have a significant contingency built in for the construction phase, but we will work closely with the engineer as they come up with a cost estimate after they do the study and report phase, and then be into pre-design and then into construction. So there are phases of cost estimating that's ongoing with the engineer as well. But based on those prior contract cost estimates, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, we feel that the fee is reasonable. Basic services being about $368,000, which is less than 10% of that cost estimated for construction. Got anything? I'll defer.
Mr. Chair, did you have any additional comments? I'm sorry, what is your name again?
Carrie Olson,
Carrie.
project manager, that's our best estimate at this time, and Bill explained how we'll go into more details, obviously, as we get closer to the project. So we will fine-tune that, and based on our past experience, what we just went through, and Scott Caseman went through, we built in a lot of extras in the study and report phase, especially, to make sure that we were post-holing, digging into the bank to see what's out there before we get too far down the road.
So, Mr. Chair, so when you say you have a good amount of contingency, is that for design services or construction? And how much money do we have for construction?
The construction numbers are really estimates right now. We have not had the bond passed yet to have that secured. But believe we secured about $10%, for design contingency. And we'll do at least that for the construction contingency. And we have some safety net for sure.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm just asking some difficult, challenging questions because that's the river that it's a beautiful project. We're designing a project that we don't even know. We're paying for an architectural engineering firm to design a project that we don't know what they're going to find or how they're going to do it. I understand we have to pothole, we got to do all that stuff, we have to do so on and so forth, but I just have some concerns about it whenever we're spending taxpayer dollars on stuff that we need to study a little more. But thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be asking some more questions as we move throughout the project or the design process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for some of those questions. We have not gone out to do design until we have secured most of the property, which was a different process than we did before. Before, we didn't have all the property secured. Now we do. And so I think we have a much better path to move forward with this, and we need to design that section for sure so we know how much we need to spend. With that, I would like to move to approve the Santa Fe River Greenway project.
We have a motion
Second.
from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton.
Discussion.
Under discussion, Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, I understand the importance of this project, and the phase that we just finished is a beautiful project. Our public safety building is I'm just concerned about that, and this money just got approved at our last budget cycle, and just feel like we're jumping over another project because our public safety complex it's still there. So I'm just trying to funnel through this brain that I have, how we're working out these different projects, and don't laugh, Mr. Taylor, I'm asking a serious question. But that's the concern I have, and so are we moving projects ahead of other projects? That's where I'm at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And so we do have a motion and a second, so under discussion, are there any other comments, Commissioner Hughes? No? I just want to just thank Mr. Taylor and Ms. Carrie Olson for being here and answering these questions. I know that some of them are difficult, but we do appreciate you guys being here today. With that being said, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I want
Commissioner
to,
Hanson, did you have?
I just want to recognize Carrie Olson for all her work on this and thank her. And it's actually, I think, the first time I've actually seen you in person. I have been on many meetings with you, and I'm grateful for all your work. And I just wanted to say that. And so welcome to Santa Fe County.
It's always great to recognize staff. Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Next, our next item is number 6, and this is matters of public concern. I believe that we do have some people that have already signed up for public concern, but I do want to ask, is there anybody else that would like to address the commission on any issues? If you're on our Zoom meeting, you can hit a phone-in caller, you hit *7 to unmute. Is that correct, Tessa?
It's actually *6.
*6, my bad. Okay, so if you're a calling guest, please hit *6 to unmute and just state your name for the record. Okay, hearing none, is there anybody here in the audience today that would like to address the commission from the public? We have one. Sir, can you just state your name for the record? And
My
your
name is
address?
Thomas Villalpando. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. What I would like to do is just bring more awareness to a project that we were trying to do for the veterans of the United States, and mainly the deceased veterans that are buried here in the National Cemetery. May we approach bench with a flyer that'll explain it more in detail, or I'll explain it, but you'll have a detailed explanation on the flyer?
Sure, if we can have somebody from staff.
My brother here will do that.
Okay.
And as he's distributing this flyer, basically it is called Wreaths Across America. That's WREATH, Wreaths Across America. It's a national organization that has started some 20 years ago. It has grown from one single wreath across the country, and the primary focus is to put a wreath on the deceased veterans on Veterans Day. But because of COVID last year, they've moved it back to December 18th. And it has had some movement here in New Mexico in the past. They've been managed to cover within the last 5 years a maximum of about 2,800 graves. In the National Cemetery here, there are 76,000 graves. 2,800 doesn't really do it justice. The person who had this before has stepped down. I've stepped up. I've decided to take this on as my, passion. I'm forming a 501c corporation that should be done by the end of the month. The name of the group is HRNMV, and it's an acronym for Honoring and Remembering New Mexico Veterans. What I've done is I've joined the organization of Wreaths Across America, but what I'm doing is focusing on the state of New Mexico. In the state of New Mexico, there are 3 burial sites, one being the Santa Fe National Cemetery, which houses 76,000 graves. There's Fort Bayard, which is just outside of Silver City, which houses another 5,000 graves. And then there is the one north of Angel Fire, or in Angel Fire, that's the Veterans Memorial. That houses 52 graves. It'll grow. Keep in mind, these numbers are of today, and these numbers will never go down. They will always go up. So what I'm trying to do, I've this year taken this goal on, and I've had a goal, or I do have a goal, of going from 2,800 graves to 30,000 graves. It's a very ambitious goal. I know that. But they deserve it. And when you go there and you see 2,800 graves that are covered with a wreath, as opposed to 76,000, sometimes that does more hurt than harm. And primarily what I want to do is bring more focus, more attention, and try to see how I can get further support in making this project come alive and really taking care of those that are buried here in New Mexico. Yes, I am part of a big organization with Wreaths Across America. I want to focus it on the graves of New Mexico and then help those or distribute in other areas where we can. But the focus being here, they deserve it. Once again, it was normally done on Veterans Day. However, due to COVID, they've moved it back to December 18th. It is a one-day event. It does happen it will happen this year on December 18th, and this will happen across the country. This is very, very similar to the memorial that they put the flags on. My brother and I did attend that this year, and we put flags on many graves, about 300, just the two of us. But what was amazing to me is that you had 67,000 graves that had a flag done in 3.5 hours. And what was even more spectacular was that evening, went back out there and saw a beautiful sunset with a wind that had every one of these flags stiff. Talk about a heartwarming and an emotional sight. This was it. But I want to replicate that for the same thing with these Wreaths Across America, or wreaths honoring and remembering our New Mexico veterans. And that's it pretty much in a nutshell. I just want to get more awareness and get more, I guess, public support and appeal to you in trying to help me accomplish this.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Any comments from the commission? Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chair, just
Typically don't comment on public comment, but go ahead if you'd like to say
I'd
something.
just like to thank you for coming forward and bringing this forward as those individuals that are up there and that helped out this country through times that we had no clue what they were dealing with back in those days and what they did to fight for our freedom for this country. But thank you for bringing this forward, and thank you for giving your personal service to hopefully making this a reality. Thank you.
Well, thank you, but one of the things is I'm a local resident, or I was born and raised here. I've passed this thing 1,000,000 times. I never knew the number. But that number was then, that number will never be the same. It'll always increase. And I'm sure there's a lot of you that passed this cemetery millions of times, not knowing that number. It's a big number. But anyway.
Thank you, sir. And you know, I've buried family there, so I know it increases. But you know, I think we just want to say, you know, thank you, because you know, a lot of times we don't, you know, we don't focus on our veterans that actually make our country free. So thank you, sir.
Yeah. Well, and as my brother had just indicated, we're both volunteers in doing this, but there is a group number on the business cards that you have. What happens and has happened, in speaking to the director there of the National Cemetery, he came out of Fort Bliss. One of the problems that he had many people who had participated, and they did purchase a wreath, but they didn't put that group ID number in there. The wreath didn't really get to the individual that people had bought it for. So what was really sad was the fact that, well, it's a double-edged sword. A, they felt good that they bought the wreath. B, it didn't get to the people that they wanted. So by putting the group ID number, this now signifies that it comes to Santa Fe National Cemetery, and we will in turn make sure that we will honor and remember those who it was purchased for.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Villapando. We appreciate you being here today and sharing that with us. And we look forward to collaboration in the future on how the county may be able to work with you.
Super. Thank you.
Sir. Okay, can we get our next public speaker, Tessa? And I think we have at least 4 or 5 individuals, so I'd like to do a time limit of.
We have Elizabeth Wrightsell.
Okay, Elizabeth, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here on behalf of New Mexico Gas Company today. Gallen, I previously appeared before the commissioners. Mr. Chair, I don't believe you were present. Regarding action item 11B on your agenda today, which is a tabled item. We just wanted to provide just a very brief update on that item, simply because we wanted to thank the commission.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair,
if I
just
could.
for a little bit of background.
Mr. Chair, and I'm sorry to interrupt. This is an administrative adjudicatory proceeding. It's been noticed this evening as being a tabled item. So I would recommend that we not entertain comment from New Mexico at this time. The appropriate way for any additional information to be entered into the record on that matter would be through land use staff and/or at the continued public hearing when that case comes back before the board. I think that would be the appropriate way to proceed. I'm sorry to interrupt, ma'am, and sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair.
No worries, Attorney Schaefer. We appreciate it. You keep us on the right side of the law. So, Elizabeth, you got the direction from our county attorney. Is that correct?
I did, and Attorney Schaefer, I appreciate that. We called earlier asking if we would be able to speak during public comment or whether this was an appropriate time for the update, and we were given time to speak today. So I appreciate and understand that you'd prefer the update come during the hearing when the item is not tabled. And so we're happy to provide that update at the next meeting or whenever that item is up for discussion again. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time and commissioners.
Absolutely, thank you. Okay, Tessa, can we have our next speaker?
Maxwell Kaufman.
Maxwell, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Thank you for having me. My name is Max Kaufman. I am an attorney with Disability Rights New Mexico. I'm very happy to be here today to kind of talk about what our organization is doing in collaboration with counties, focusing on the area of access to voting sites for people with disabilities. We recently were part of an election school which convened a great number of county clerks, and I had the pleasure of meeting the county clerk of Santa Fe, and you're very lucky to have her. She's phenomenal, and this is a common concern that Disability Rights New Mexico has with a number of clerks is the available resources that they may have in their toolbox to use to render sites ADA compliant. And even go beyond that to make sites permanently ADA compliant beyond voting. So, at Disability Rights New Mexico, we really want to support coordination and collaboration with governments as a whole. And we would ask this commission to consider in entertaining in a future meeting a presentation that similar to the one that we gave at the election school, kind of highlighting the importance of ADA compliance on voting sites, county-based and services, and to take that as a next step forward to future collaboration and how we can make sites accessible, avoid unnecessary scrutiny by the courts or, DOJ scrutiny, which, had befell, Sandoval County a while back. But we really want to solve the problem, get ahead of it before anything like that happens. And so we want to, foster future collaboration. And so with that, Mr. Chair and members of the commission, my ask would be simply to allow Disability Rights New Mexico to return before this commission and to provide more information and see what we can do going forward to render sites ADA compliant, because all of your constituents deserve it. And so thank you again for having me, and I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Okay, we appreciate all your comments, sir. Tessa, can we have our next speaker?
Mr. Chair, that was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you, Tessa. Okay, I'm gonna ask once again, do we have anybody from the public that would like to address the commission? Okay, hearing none, I'm gonna go ahead and close public comment and go on to item number 7C, and this is 7A, presentation and update from North Central Regional Transit District, and from the North Regional Transit District, we have Mr. Anthony Mortiello, correct?
That is correct.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. We're pleased to be able to provide you with an update on several initiatives that the district is undertaking. The items we'll discuss today are the service plan update, specifically impacts on Santa Fe County area routes, capital investments in our fleet and facilities, and the Americans with Disabilities Act bus stop compliance improvements for fiscal year 2022 within Santa Fe County. With me today is Delilah Garcia, the Transit Operations Director, and Bryce Gibson, our Transit Planning and Projects Manager. I also want to acknowledge Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Hanson, who are your representatives to the NCRTD Board of Directors. And Commissioner Hughes also chairs our Finance Subcommittee and participates on our Sustainability as well. And they do represent you quite well on our board and our meetings. Is there is the PowerPoint going to be shown? Thank you for turning that on, and I'll start with that. If you can turn to the next slide. This graphic here shows you the expansive area that the district serves, over 10,000 square miles within the counties of Santa Fe, Rio Arriba County, Los Alamos, and Taos County. And we have extensive connectivity with other transit systems such as the Rail Runner, Park and Ride, Santa Fe Trails, Atomic City Transit, Red River Miners, Red Apple Transit in Farmington, and Meadow City Expresses in Las Vegas, due to a current service contract we have with the County of Mora. Our service plan was adopted by the board on January 22nd, 2021, and we started the service plan study in public meetings back in August of 2019. We held approximately 29 public meetings throughout the service area to get input from our constituents as well as our riders of the system. All existing services were analyzed as part of the service plan update. The plan contains over 30 recommendations for service modifications, with 14 of those for the Santa Fe area, which we will discuss today. Currently, the estimated cost to implement all these recommendations is in excess of $1 million, which is a reoccurring cost. The cost associated with the Santa Fe area recommendations is about $730,000, which is also a reoccurring cost. These recommendations that we will review today will be phased in over the next 3 to 4 years. At this point, I'd like to turn this over to Delilah Garcia to talk about some of these changes that will be occurring over the next 3 to 4 years. Delilah?
Thank you, Tony. Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Thank you for having us here today. As Tony said, my name is Delilah Garcia. I'm the Transit Operations Director for the district. And today we'll be discussing some of the route modifications that will take place. So currently we have about 9 routes that are providing service in and around the Santa Fe County area. We have a Santa Fe Taos route that provides service between Taos, Espanola, and Santa Fe Monday through Friday, and there's multiple round trips that service is provided. We have one bus that starts and ends in Taos and one that starts and ends in Espanola. We have the Taos Express service that provides service Saturdays and Sundays between Taos and Santa Fe, and it's an express service with limited stops in between. We have the Mountain Trail route that operates 7 days a week, and that has a varying schedule during the weekdays and the weekends during winter and non-winter seasons. We have an El Dorado service that has multiple round trips between El Dorado into the city of Santa Fe. We have a La Cienega route that provides service in and around La Cienega and out to the 599 station. We also have the Edgewood service, that is primarily a commuter service that moves people from the Edgewood, Moriarty, Stanley area into Santa Fe for those state employees and employees county or for the city that reside in these outlining areas. That has 2 round trips, one in the morning and one in the evening. And again, it's more of a commuter specific service. We have a Turquoise Trail service that provides, again, commuter service for individuals that are coming in off of the New Mexico Rail Runner at the 599 station, and then they're moving around the judicial complex, detention centers, the National Guard, the Santa Fe Place Mall, and then we have a midday trip that travels from Madrid into Santa Fe. We have our Tesuque route that travels from Tesuque, from Espanola through Tesuque into Santa Fe and back, and then a Santa Clara route that does a similar trip that runs from Santa Clara through Espanola to Santa Fe and back to Santa Clara. So as Tony mentioned, we had a service plan update that we worked on, and multiple recommendations were made for this service plan change. And so some of them were minor and can be taken into this fiscal year that we're currently operating on. One of the changes that we'd be looking at is for the Santa Clara route, we would split it into 2 routes and have a north and a south. So the South Santa Clara route would operate service between Santa Clara and Santa Fe as it does now. We would have a north that would provide a service between Santa Clara and Espanola. So that's one of the routes. We
have the slide changed, Delilah? Would you ask him to change the slide?
Can you please change the slide?
There you go.
Okay. So we have a, let's see, so the Tesuque route would have minimal changes at this point. What we're trying to do is really focus on connectivity within the corridor between Taos, Espanola, and Santa Fe, increase frequency and connectivity amongst our own service and our partners. So the Tesuque route would give us an opportunity to be able to enhance additional options for the passengers within these areas. We would also look at adding additional a stop at the Tesuque Casino, the new Tesuque Casino, so that way we can provide some service to that particular casino. The La Cienega route that we provide service on, it's a 5-day-a-week operation, and we have a very little ridership on that particular route. So the recommendation was to operate it at a 1-day-a-week service. And so that's something that we will be looking at in the coming year. We'll determine and have some public participation or comment periods to be able to get a better idea of what that day would be and what day would be best for the community that would be served. The Turquoise Trail route, this is a route that will need some more in-depth modifications. We did receive multiple requests for midday service within the Turquoise Trail between Madrid and Santa Fe, but also commuter service. And so this is a route that we would look at splitting into 2 routes as opposed to 1 and being able to provide additional service there. Right now, when you're looking at Turquoise Trail, you're thinking of service from Madrid or Galisteo into the Santa Fe area. And really, we're providing service in and around the 599 station, down South Santa Fe, and then some service out to the Madrid area. Our El Dorado route, we are going to be looking at adding additional service, 1 additional trip from El Dorado into the Santa Fe area. Right now, the way the route is currently built, it has service. We would bring people in from the El Dorado area, and they have to spend quite a bit of time in Santa Fe before they're able to go back to El Dorado. So we would add 1 additional midday trip to be able to give them less time in Santa Fe if they want to get back home earlier. Another option that we would be looking at in the future would be adding service between Lamy and Santa Fe with this particular route. So we would extend the El Dorado route out to Lamy to be able to provide the service. Our Edgewood route, this is a service that, again, it's primarily a commuter route, but we do have some transfers between the Turquoise Trail route and the Edgewood route right now occurring at the Santa Fe Place Mall. And so that's one thing that we would like to just be able to make a little clearer for the passengers that are utilizing the services. We do have service between Santa Fe and the 599 station right now. And so we want to make sure that the passengers know they can get on multiple buses and accomplish their trip while they're moving around the area. Next slide, please. Again, this is our 300 route, which is our Taos leg of our Santa Fe Taos route. They're branded as 2 separate routes, the 200 and the 300. The 200 is the Santa Fe route, the 300 is the Taos route. However, they interline. It's 1 bus with a 1-seat ride for the majority of the passengers that are trying to get from Taos to Santa Fe or Santa Fe to Taos. This particular route, we're going to be looking at increasing service over the next few years, adding more frequency for the passengers that are wanting to move around the communities. The other thing that we're going to be looking at as far as the 305, the Taos Express route, we would eliminate the weekend Taos Express service, and we would roll it into a 7-day-a-week operation for the 200, 300 route. So we would have whatever frequency Monday through Friday would be the same on Saturday and Sunday. So these are some of the modifications that we're looking at making in the future. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Okay, do you have questions from the commission? I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton, and I'll go to
Lila, there was another slide.
Thank you. When you were, Delilah, when you were speaking of about the El Dorado route, you mentioned the possibility, one possibility of, I wasn't sure whether you said adding or changing the route a little bit so it would now also include Lamy. I know there's quite a bit of interest in Lamy for having a bus route extended to there. Could either of you speak just a little bit to what criteria would be used to implement that kind of change, or whether at what level it's being considered at this point?
So right now, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, what we're looking at as far as the Lamy expansion is we would revise our current El Dorado route. we would add, in this year, we're going to be adding an additional trip for El Dorado, so that way we can get some more service into the Santa Fe area. And again, right now, the passengers are having to spend over 6 hours, close to 7 hours in Santa Fe if they choose to. We do have quite a few passengers that use the service for work or for school, but for some of the individuals that live in those areas, they don't really need to spend as much time in Santa Fe as the others do. So adding an additional trip would allow us to give more options to those passengers in those areas. With the Lamy expansion, that would mean we would be looking at adding either an additional stop and increasing the time of the midday trip or the trips in general, or we could look at adding an additional trip and have service between, similar to like our express services where we have a stop in Lamy, a stop in El Dorado, and then straight to Santa Fe, more of an express service. Really haven't to determine what that schedule would look like just yet. We do know that it is a service that and a need that we could provide ridership for those individuals in the Lamy area.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you go back to the previous slide or slides that actually show La Cienega? So a couple of questions I have for this. So you all submitted us a plan roughly a month or two ago, which had this plan, and which it seemed like I was okay with it. Then all of a sudden now are you amending the plan?
Sorry, Commissioner Garcia. At this point, we are not amending the plan. That we're not making these modifications just yet. As I mentioned previously, this particular route, the La Cienega route that we're providing service on, has experienced a decrease in ridership over the last couple of years. And right now we're providing service on this route as a demand service. So individuals in and making reservations to be picked up. We have about anywhere between 3 to 4 passengers a day that utilize this service. And so the recommendation that is a part of the plan is for us to reduce it to 1 day a week service. And then in the future, we would be looking at implementing a similar microtransit service, which is similar to Uber or Lyft in the public sector.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, explain to me what microtransit is, and then also my other question is going to be, who determines what day a week, what time of the week that they're going to go out there? If I have an individual or 3 individuals, or like you said, 6 or 4 that ride this bus on a regular basis, so now the transit is actually going to have to adjust their schedules if they're used to riding this bus at a certain time, a certain day of the week?
So that's where we would have I'm sorry, Commissioner Garcia, we would have public participation in this decision. So we would want community members in those areas to determine what day would be the best day to provide the service. We have similar service like this in other areas where we provide 1 day a week service with a fixed route. So the bus will travel at 7:30 in the morning to or from, and I can use the Tres Piedras area as our example. It has a trip that comes in from Taos into TP, and it starts its route 7:30, 8 in the morning, comes into Taos, and those passengers spend their day using our local services to shop for groceries or whatever, provide whatever needs they need to take care of during the day. And so then in the afternoon, we go back to TP and drop those passengers off we start around 3 in the afternoon. So La Cienega, we would look at providing a similar service, have conversations with the community members and determine what that day and that service looks like. As far as your question with the microtransit is an on-demand service. And so those are passengers that are wanting to schedule trips to be able to be picked up, whether it's at a designated bus stop or at their home, and taken to a location within a specific service area.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we are yet not going to cut service to La Cienega until we actually do have some sort of a community outreach and letting the community and having the community actually address their concerns prior to the change happening, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes, that is correct.
Thank you. And if you can please check, Mr. Chair, thank you. If you can please check with myself so that way I can definitely bring it up with the La Cienega Valley Association, because that is one of the key communication and connection networks that we have throughout that community, and they're meeting the first Mondays of the month. So if you can just somehow plan for that and just see if we can go and do maybe some sort of a brief presentation on that. That way I can get some input from those individuals. I'd be happy with that. And then once again, it's hard to kind of hear you. Can you explain to me the micro transit again? That's for individuals that actually want to get picked up on, let's say, Wednesdays. Okay, well, we will set something up to pick them up on Wednesdays. What if that individual, or that elder senior, actually wants to get picked up Tuesdays and Thursdays? Will we accommodate them if they need to go through to some sort of doctor's office?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, at this point, we haven't determined what our micro transit option would look like just yet. We are in the process of drafting a RFP so we can start the procurement process for that service type. It would be a new service type to the district.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Garcia. If you would please, prior to us altering that route, can we please just get with myself and the La Cienega Valley Association and just bring it up to them? I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other questions or comments from the commission? Okay, so I just want to say thank you for this presentation. Commissioner Hanson?
Mr. Chair, I don't think they're finished.
Oh, they're not, okay. Thank you, go ahead and continue, sorry. Was that the end of your presentation? Commissioner Hanson was saying that it wasn't, I'm not sure.
So, can you please change the slide? Okay. And so this particular slide just gives us an idea of new services within our existing service area that we would be providing services to. And so Northern New Mexico College is in the Espanola area. We're looking at passengers between the El Paso campus and some of the outlying communities within Rio Arriba County. Our Edgewood service, and unfortunately, we were piloting during the pandemic. In March, we started providing a demand service in the Edgewood area. One of the recommendations of our service plan was to also implement a microtransit option for this particular service area. And so we tried to pilot a demand service, and we didn't really see too much ridership. We started providing the service as a way to get community members within the Edgewood area transportation options, because the employee that we have in that area is a state of New Mexico employee. He was not providing the dedicated fixed route service as these services the employees were working from home. So we worked with him to develop a schedule of 2 days a week demand service from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening. And just to get an idea from the community what this service would look like if we did implement microtransit. And then on Monday, August 9th, we went back to the regular fixed route service, the commuter service that we provide in the Edgewood area. So with the restart of the fixed route, the Edgewood route, we had to suspend our demand pilot as we don't have any other employees in the Edgewood area. So we are looking at in the future years when we have that transit option, Edgewood would be one of the areas that we would provide that service. And then again, the Lamy extension from El Dorado, we would be looking at some service between Lake El Dorado and Santa Fe.
Thank you, Delilah. I don't know, Mr. Chairman, if anyone has any questions for Delilah on service area improvements.
Sir, it's difficult to hear you. Can you speak up a little bit?
Yeah, that concludes our presentation on service area improvements, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if there's any other additional comments.
Any other, Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you, Tony, your staff, Mrs. Garcia. In regards to the Edgewood, is the largest community in the NCRTD service area without daytime service. I have ridden that bus a couple of times. In that bus, everybody meets at 5:30 in the morning at the new police station. And so there's roughly, we have an ex-public works director's partner that rides that bus. There's about 7, 8 people on that bus every morning. The last time I was on it, every morning, and they get dropped off at the state buildings here, down the street here, and then once again at 5:30, 6 o'clock, they get their ride home. So this is another one that I have concerned about because that bus seems to have ridership on it, and I just don't understand if there is no riders, then certainly this is another one that I would actually like to have some sort of a community meeting with the individuals out there, if we can please do that also, because if those individuals are taking the transit from Monday through Friday, twice a day, I just want to make sure they get to work or whatever their needs are. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Garcia, if I wasn't clear, we would be adding additional service in the Edgewood community. We would not be eliminating the Edgewood route.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Garcia, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. My apologies.
Okay, any
Thank
other
you,
questions or
Delilah.
comments from the board? No? Okay, go ahead and continue.
If we go to the next slide, please. We want to talk about some of our sustainability efforts here, and we're real excited about this project that we are rolling out zero emission buses. We have been funded, fully funded. This is a $10 million project, and we will be purchasing a total of 10 vehicles. 6 of those are going to be 35-foot electric buses, and 4 of those will be cutaways. We'll be placing on-route chargers in Santa Fe, as well as in Espanola and Taos. The project has started. We're in the design procurement phase of it. Once we've completed that procurement, we will then proceed with construction of on-route chargers. And it takes about almost 15 to 18 months to receive one of these electric vehicles. So we don't see deployment of these vehicles occurring until late 2023 or early 2024. But we just wanted to make you aware of these. We'll hopefully be expanding past these 10 vehicles further into the future here as we continue to roll out our sustainability plan. Next slide. We do have some major facility expansions underway. Our main office here, the Jim West Transit Center, is slated for an expansion of about 5,000 square feet. And we've outgrown this with our staffing and with just the growth of the district. So we're commencing the design process, final design at this time, and anticipate starting construction here in January, February of 2022. Next slide. These are two new maintenance facilities that one is under construction and the other is going to be starting final design. Our Espanola maintenance facility, which is on the back 7 acres of our current site, is under construction. It's about 17% at the 17% phase right now. We anticipate opening that facility in May of 2022. It's about a $10 million project. You could go on our website and view drone footage of the construction if you're interested in seeing the progress that's being made on this facility. We'll be adding approximately 13 employees to staff this facility. Our other project that's is in final design right now is our Taos operations and maintenance facility. And that is on a 6-acre parcel that we recently purchased in Taos. It's about a $7 million project. And currently we operate on a 3/4 acre site in a trailer and an old metal building. It's woefully inadequate to meet our needs there and the growth that's occurred in the Taos area. Next slide. And lastly, we just want to apprise you of our ADA bus stop improvements, and I'll turn this back over to Delilah to talk about this program. Delilah.
Thank you, Tony, Mr. Chair, for the commission. So we have a ADA transition plan, which allows us to improve our bus stops. We have almost 500 bus stops within the district, as Tony mentioned. We cover over 10,000 square miles of area. We provide a service on 29 routes right now. And so with all of those routes, we have bus stops that are added along the communities that we provide service. So we apply for, on a regular basis, the Transportation Alternatives Program funding through the FHWA program. And when we are awarded, we use those funds to be able to improve our bus stops around the district. So in this next year of calendar year 22, we are looking at constructing and improving 25 bus stops within the district. We are currently working on the design plans, and we're close to the 90% design with some minor modifications that have been made. We are looking at issuing a RFP in the winter of 2021, so this winter, and then looking at construction between April and July of next year. Next slide, please. So the budget that we have for these 25 bus stops, we have $1.37 million available. We have $138,683 for design, and then $950,000 for construction and construction management services. So that gives us a total of $1.05 million available for this particular project. Next slide. The bus stops that we're looking at improving within Santa Fe County are, next slide, please. Identified as bus stop number 25, and so 95, I'm sorry. And so what we're doing with this bus stop, if you guys are familiar with New Mexico 68 in Espanola, there is a donut shop by the name of Love and Oven. This is a bus stop for us off of 68. We're looking at building a bus pullout in this area, constructing a complete pullout, allowing us to get off of 68. It's a pretty high traffic area, and so wherever we have an opportunity, we like to move off of the roadway as long as there's enough right of way for us to be able to do this. So we would install a 10-foot bus shelter. We would identify a place for a lift or ramp to be deployed. All of our shelters are they're a standard shelter that we're moving towards. They all have solar lighting. They're the NCRTD blue color. And then we would also have a receptacle. Next slide. This is bus stop 470. We would work with the city of Santa Fe on this particular bus stop. This is located at the Fort Marcy Park. And so what we're looking at doing is installing a bus stop on a concrete island that they have right now. And so we would make the ADA accessible with a ramp. We would place our 10-foot bus shelter with an advertisement panel. It would include a bench, a bus stop sign, and a digital schedule sign display that would allow passengers to know when the bus is coming. We have these digital signs in a variety of locations. South Capitol has a sign right now. It lets passengers know in real time when the bus is going to be here in minutes. So that's a great feature in addition to these bus stops. We would also have a trash receptacle in this particular area also. And with that, those are the 2 bus stop improvements that we have in Santa Fe County. And so we've been making improvements over the last 5 years to our bus stops along the district service area. And so we're finishing in some areas and moving into others. So we're moving into Santa Fe with this next phase.
Okay, thank you, Delilah. Mr. Chairman, Commission, this concludes our presentation, and we'd be glad to stand for any additional questions.
Okay, do we have any additional questions? I'm going to go to Commissioner Hansen, then Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Tony and Delilah, for this presentation. And I just want to congratulate you on your $10 million grant to put in electric buses. It's not a moment too soon, considering we are in a climate emergency, according to the UN. So I applaud you for that forward thinking and making that happen. I look forward to seeing the extension and expansion of the building in Espanola. I remember voting on that at a prior meeting quite some time ago, and I think that's great. On the bus stop improvement, I think that's a great idea. My village of Agua Fria would love to have even an old bus stop, or a bus stop that maybe you could move from one of your bus stops to somewhere in the village. That is something they have constantly asked me for. So if there's ever any opportunity to reuse a older bus shelter and move it to Agua Fria, we would be happy to accept that. And with that, thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for having such a well-run transit organization. Thank you, Tony and Delilah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hansen. Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too I've been impressed. I've been on this board for about a year, and it's a very, very well-run organization. And thank you for that. I just wanted to ask one quick question. When at one point when we were talking about the Taos expansion of our facilities there, you were talking about perhaps building some workforce housing for the employees of the district, and I wondered if that was still something you were thinking about for Taos.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hughes, yes, we are. In fact, we're in the process of finalizing our request for proposals for a workforce housing study. be conducted to look at 2 locations, one here in Espanola and one in Taos as well. And in the event that that does come back indicating that we should move forward with that, we'll also be exploring through that RFP the various mechanisms by which we can make that happen. We have land available. We purchased extra property when we bought the land here in Espanola. Not only did we buy the 7 acres, but we bought 3 additional acres for some future expansion as well as for the workforce housing project, should that deem to be viable. And in Taos, when we purchased our 6 acres, we only actually needed about 5 for the maintenance facility, which would also allow for some future expansion there. So the additional acre there would be utilized for workforce housing, again, if that was deemed viable.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a fascinating idea, and if it works, you know, it might be something to be replicated not only in other communities by the regional transit district, but maybe other entities. So I'll be looking forward to see how it goes with the district. Thank you. That's all my questions today.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes, and thank you for being a part of this board and keeping the commission up to date. Are there any other questions or comments, Commissioner Hamilton, Commissioner Garcia? Okay, well, just to thank you from myself as well for you guys, Mr. Tony Martiano and also Delilah Garcia. Thank you guys for your presentation. We appreciate it. Keep up the great work.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our next presentation, and this is item number 7B. And this is a presentation on county water rights at Buckman Direct Diversion, BDD, existing dedications and excess availability for future development. And from the Public Works Department, we have Mr. John Dupuy, and I believe Angela Bean is also available, possibly.
Mr. Chair, the presentation will be completed just by me. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. At the July 27th, 2021 BCC meeting, Commissioners requested that the Utilities Division present information related to water deliveries and existing water rights available for future diversions. In the memo that was attached to the agenda item, a table and graph of the past 5 years calendar year diversions for the county at the Buckman Direct Diversion are shown, and the amounts range between 1,534 acre feet to 1,719 acre feet within each year. Currently, the water rights available at the Buckman Direct Diversion for county diversion total 25,096.13 acre feet, and this provides us approximately 928 acre feet surplus, which is also about 36% of the total water rights available. When a developer enters into a water delivery agreement with the county, they may be given the choice between bringing additional water rights or paying a fee in lieu. Because there is still such a substantial buffer between current diversions and water rights available, a fee in lieu can make sense. Water rights purchases make greater financial sense when they are done in larger blocks. As a matter of policy, the Utilities Division does not wish to purchase less than 20 acre feet of water at a time. Collecting fees in lieu of water rights allows the county to pool funds from multiple projects and proceed with new water right bulk purchases or pursue other water rights supply projects as may be approved to acquire additional water as needed. With that, I stand for any questions.
Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, John, for bringing this forward. I brought this, requested this be brought forward because of the concern that I have in regards to the development, many developments out there, apartment complexes, the new North Turquoise Trail area, which is north of, which is almost a 600 lot subdivision going up off of State Road 14 across the Santa Fe Brewing. Like I said, numerous projects, apartment complexes, Los Solares development, all of which actually drains, or actually the aquifer goes to the southern part or the most western part of my community. And so the questions that I have on this is, once again, this is the entire Buckman diversion project. This is city and county, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, these numbers are for our county purposes only.
Okay. So in 2016, the diversion was 1,500 acre feet. 2017, 1,500 acre, more or less. 2018, 1,500 acre feet. 2019, 1,700 acre feet. 2020, 1,600 acre feet. These are all acre feet of diversion that we're actually diverting out of the Rio Grande?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that's correct.
So I guess the question that I had is, we have roughly, it looks roughly like about 70,000 acre feet of water that we have per se banked. So the question that I have is, how much of that banked water rights that we have are going to that new development, are going to the apartment complexes, are going to new subdivisions in the community college district? So that's what I was actually wondering, and if we need to come back next month, we can do that as well. So that's kind of where I was going with, okay, we have this bank of money, water rights. And so how much is already allocated and how much more do we have?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, given that they would have to provide a fee in lieu for the specific development you mentioned, once we receive those funds, we would go out and purchase water rights sufficient to cover that delivery. We have an option of doing alternatives besides purchase of water rights if we do a project that accomplishes the quantity becoming available, but actual new supply. Or we can, in the interim, utilize the buffer that we have so that we can pool funds from multiple projects to make a more cost-efficient purchase. But we wouldn't look at doing that for any extended period of time, because that eats into our buffer. So this is literally a buffer we try and keep for numerous purposes. Some of that buffer is actually for a developer like those in Rancho Viejo who have provided water rights at the Bugman Direct Diversion for future development. And so because of those facts, we have this buffer that we can rely on to allow interim use for other purposes. Currently, we try and utilize that entire buffer with the city of Santa Fe to allow additional backup supply to become available for us in times of need. So we're doing our best effort to utilize that resource in a beneficial way for the community, but we do try and keep that buffer.
Madam Chair, John, thank you. So we have a buffer, right? New subdivision comes in, where do they get their water rights from?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, if that subdivision provided a fee in lieu, we would go out and purchase water rights sufficient to provide for the quantity that is needed by the development.
Madam Chair, John, so if a developer came in here in fee of lieu and they wanted to create this huge subdivision in the community college district, they could actually, in fee of lieu, take up those entire water rights that the county has purchased? Way up.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, if that was the case, I would not recommend approval, and I would give an explanation as to why. But as I mentioned, we try and maintain that buffer for some very important reasons, but they're numerous. And so to the extent it ate into more than 20% of our buffer, I would be concerned and want to have Commissioner weigh in, and I would explain the issues to be concerned about to allow proper feedback on what direction to take.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John, so if a developer came in here, let's just assume he wanted 600 lots of water, then we would give him the 600 lots of water, then would it be up to the county or for that developer to bring in its own water rights? Or would the county say, here's our water rights from our bank, now we'll actually go and buy water rights when you give us money?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, whenever a water delivery agreement, which every development of substantial size is required to have, is proposed to the BCC gets to determine whether or not they have the option to do a fee in lieu. More recently, we have allowed that option, and if there is any change in availability of water rights to be purchased or other reasons that the Commission is concerned about doing a fee in lieu, with each new water delivery agreement, we can make an adjustment and change that, or continue to allow the current practice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, John. So when a developer goes and talks to the zoning department, he goes and hires his engineers, architects, so on and so forth, surveyors. At what time does the developer tell you, wait, time out, you need to go to the county commission first and secure those water rights before you even go and hire an engineering firm or whoever to design that subdivision? Do we know?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we generally do the water delivery agreement in close proximity to when the developer wants development approval, at least the preliminary phase, and we aim to have the water rights in place, so whatever process they choose, whether it's a transfer or a fee in lieu, by the time that they are final platting that development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John, what I'm thinking about is these water rights that we have, per se, banked in there. I'm just going to need some help from yourself as well as my colleagues up here. I'd like to see if we can get some of those water rights, and it's going to take a little while, to some of the existing individuals out there that have wells, that their wells in a certain area, or State Road 14, down that State Road 14, or certain areas where we can hopefully get individuals off of their wells and connected to a utility. And so my concern is that I would hope that my colleagues, as well as myself, wouldn't take this bank for future development, because there are some existing properties, individuals out there that their wells are not doing too well, or different areas, definitely in my district, actually as into the aquifer getting lower. So though that's kind of where I'm going with this, and you and I can sit down and meet and see, look at the larger picture of the map, but you know more or less where I'm going with this, and I appreciate my colleagues actually allowing me to speak on this, and thank you for bringing this forward as I asked, and appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, John, for bringing this forward. When I read this over, my one thought was, are we buying water rights when they become available, and including our, to make our buffer larger?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, our current practice is once we have enough funds through fee in lieu, we do go out and purchase water rights. The last purchase we had was in 2019, and currently we have approximately $600,000 available for water rights purchases, and there is a particular opportunity that may or may not be available, but the purchase price would be around $1.3 million. And once we have enough funds for that type of purchase, we would engage with the seller and proceed.
Yeah, that was one of the things, Madam Chair, one of the things that I felt that we need to start thinking about is buying more water rights. And yeah, I understand Commissioner Garcia's concern about people's wells and issues, and that's why I think that we need to be proactive on the purchase of water rights now, because sometimes they're a finite quality. And so if we do have something available, I think it's important to make that purchase and secure a larger buffer for the county. On the chart, the county diversion and water quality. I mean, I understand that all our water is held at the Buckman Direct Diversion, not that all of it goes through the Buckman Direct Diversion, but everything is housed there. Is that the correct understanding?
Would you repeat the question?
That we house all of our water rights at the Buckman Direct Diversion, but not necessarily all of our water rights, if we release them, go through the Buckman Direct Diversion? Am I misunderstanding anything?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, there's some complicated options that we have with our water rights. Specifically, some of them are dual permitted for the Buckman Direct Diversion and the city's well field. There are some flexible options there, but otherwise, all of our utilization of water rights would go through the Buckman Direct Diversion.
Okay, thank you. And then I know that we haven't talked here about the Pewaukee Valley water, regional water plan, but we do have water housed at that facility also.
Madam.
And how many acre feet? I'm trying to pull it up in my memory at the moment, but I'm not. So if you could remind me how much water we have at the Pewaukee Regional Water facility.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, available at the Buckman Direct, or the Pewaukee Basin Regional Water System point of diversion, I believe there is approximately 600 acre for the county.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. I think John, one of the things that commissioners hear a lot of questions about is when they see developments, and I think maybe this is an overarching concern, where's the water coming from? So the answer that you gave that's very logical is the near-term answer having to do with new developers have to bring more water rights. I think it would be helpful, and I suspect it's something that you do in your longer-term, broader picture planning, and maybe touches on what Commissioner Hanson was talking about, is what the availability of water rights is in general. So this process of having development and having a developer needing to bring water rights or pay a fee in lieu of, which, has to be constrained at the outer boundary by how much water there is, what the defined water rights. And I know there are a lot of, adjudication questions, but to give that as a boundary, I think would help understand this. And then one step past that, and this again in my mind has to be an important planning thing, is the relationship between water rights and wet water. And that includes in the perspective of droughts and climate change, realistic future projections for that. And the reason I bring this up is, like, this system, it's a great system. It makes complete sense on any individual project. That a project does an evaluation of what water they need, right? And the county agrees, and then you buy water rights or get paid, or the county, they bring the water. There has to be a limit to that, right? So providing the commission with an idea of what that is for near-term and slightly longer-term planning, not 100 years, but next year, 5 years, 20 years. I think that would be useful if at some point.
Madam Chair, I agree that is very pertinent nuances of some of the concerns that we are currently engaged with planning with the city of Santa Fe on an 80-year horizon, and it's a 5-year cycle. Each year, a major component of the planning process is completed. I would suggest that we do some type of annual update on the progress of that planning exercise, and ultimately through the 5-year cycle we'll be able to answer those questions in depth, and having an annual update on each component may help break it down into manageable chunks so we can meet in person or separate if anyone is really wanting to go into detail. But having something when we're looking at it closely and in manageable chunks could really help commissioners understand those nuances.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments? Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, John. And I would have questions, but I just met with you, and I think you explained it to me very well. Now that I've heard it twice, I'm getting it even better. And I do have lots of constituents or friends who say, I see all this housing going up, where's the water coming from? And what I found is even when I give them the explanation, they're not satisfied. And so I think that it goes beyond water to people are concerned about seeing Santa Fe change so quickly with the construction of all the apartment buildings. And I think a lot of us understand that this is sort of a pent-up demand that is being met now and isn't going to continue every single year. But I do think in our planning for land use and water and everything, we need to take into account people's desire to keep a certain character to Santa Fe, which is, it's hard to do when we're also trying to provide affordable housing, which we know is also desperately needed, but it's a balancing act. But I'm really glad to understand the water part of it, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Garcia, did I see you with another question?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Just one last thing, John, if you could give me a copy of the 40-year plan once again, of what the county has for the 40-year plan, and I definitely agree with Commissioner Hughes as into the affordable housing. Some of the stuff I have a little bit of heartburn with is whenever Los Solares is getting built out, there's not a single affordable house in that area, which is in the limits, and the developers tend to actually and do give money for that affordable housing unit at, I don't know what cost it is, but those are just the concerns I have as into where's the affordability in that subdivision, that beautiful subdivision there in Los Solares. On the other hand, I understand. And one thing that we are working with the city of Santa Fe, John, as you do, and you do very well, as into working with the community of El Dorado, Glorieta. We have a lot of community. How many community water systems do we have in Santa Fe County? Do you know off the top of your head? More than people probably think out there. And so by you and your staff working with different mutual domestics, I think is good. It's a big, large, huge step. And one of the other things we definitely need to work on is what's happening from the Ottawee Bridge all the way up that mighty, mighty Rio Grande. Because when you drive through that, you cross that, whether it's Paseo, the north area, West Alameda and Albuquerque, and anywhere in Taos, you see that Rio Grande River is going down quick. Right. And so I just need to think of where we are, and I might not see it. But I hope it never happens, because when that water goes, then people turn on that tap, little children turn on that tap, or your great-grandkids turn on that tap. There's no water, now what? And so those are just the concerns I have, and I know sometimes it's very challenging because of how the state of New Mexico has our state engineer's office, we have our transfer diversion points, we have our local SECs, we have a lot of water challenges in the state of New Mexico. And so if you can once again give me a copy of that plan, and then maybe like what you recommended to one of the commissioners here, Commissioner Hamilton, as into bringing that and giving us maybe a yearly update, definitely more than a yearly update, maybe even twice a year. Thank you, John. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. If there are no other questions, thank you very much, John. That was very helpful. We can move on to presentation in 7C, which is by the Pipeline Coalition. I think we're supposed to have Carl Diggins. Do we have him? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity for coming before the commission. Couple things I want to say is that I've been at this for a while, going on 25 years now. And this is one of those moments in time where I feel like we have a voice. And it's really dependent on the county commission to help us maintain that voice. The coalition, I want to clarify one thing, is that we heard word from New Mexico Environmental Law Center yesterday that they have a process that we need to go through to have them recognized as members of the coalition. And so we will begin that process. So they've asked to withdraw their name from any future documents until we complete that process. But you know, this coalition really became a coalition very organically. We started meeting. We were concerned about the pipeline, the reduction of flow in the water by 50%, and what that meant to downstream users, our farmers, ranchers, historical properties, the largest organic farm in Santa Fe County at Tres Rios. But we all had a common concern about what has and is happening to the Santa Fe River. The intent of the coalition is to establish a stakeholder-driven mitigation planning process to protect both the health of the river and preserve its rich history and cultural traditions. We have a simple request: to have a steady, certain flow of clean water in the river. That sounds simple, but as all of you know, any of water issues in Santa Fe County and basically in New Mexico are very complex and involve a lot of issues and concerns. We have a goal of building a stakeholder network to respond to river concerns, not just for now, not for this moment, not just for the pipeline, but something is sustained over time as a constant resource working to protect the river. We understand this is a process. Things will come up, things will change, but we want to be in a position where we have the ability to reach out. And I have to tell you that in my experience, that I've never been, in a sense, almost prouder to be in this group. Those of you do know that I co-chair the Santa Fe Rivers Traditional Communities Collaborative, which has taken a leadership role in terms of the coalition.
Mr. Dickens, can you get a little closer to the mic?
I'm
It's hard
sorry,
for us to hear
okay,
you.
I apologize for that.
No worries.
Okay, but the coalition, the water knowledge contained in this group and the understanding of water issues for Santa Fe County is absolutely incredible. I think, as you see, the letter that we sent you, that's in your packet, certainly gave you a clear understanding of who is involved. And it's the traditional Seki associations, it's mutual domestics, it's village associations, it's the environmentalists, and then we have other government agencies that are supporting us, like the Santa Fe Pewaukee Soil and Water Conservation District. But one of the things we're truly trying to do, and I know this sounds idealistic, but we really feel that this may be an opportunity to do this, as we seek a new way for government to work with communities that builds bonds and trust, avoiding lengthy and costly legal processes. And believe me, we've been in them. I mean, I go back to the days of the Santa Fe Canyon Ranch, where we ended up with 8 hours of facilitated mediation with the developers, with really no clear ability to come to any kind of compromise or agreement. And the amount of money that goes into some of these things, I mean, I can talk about the Santa Fe Canyon Ranch again, and we had the El Guigu Ditch Association basically fund to the tune between $25,000 and $30,000 to deal with the water rights that they had proposed to use. And in a second, I know we have to come up individually, and Darren, I want to point out that Darren Munzberger, who is the person from La Bajada, who is the Mutual Domestic, the Village Association, as well as the Acequia representative. And then Roger Taylor is also here. He is a board member of the Santa Fe Basin Water Association. And in a minute, I'm going to ask Darren to come up to talk about water issues water quality issues, because he is without question, our resident expert in terms of water quality and establish federal processes that would allow us to participate in a way that would really make a difference in terms of water quality. I think we all recognize there are issues and problems with the wastewater treatment plant. We read about them in the paper. We experience them personally out our way. And it's absolutely something that we need to address. But I want to address the wetlands, and this is the Santa Fe Preserve. I'll do this quickly. And I would like to share a letter. Is that okay to do? I have a copy of a letter that was written in 2002 by Paige Grant, who is the head of the Santa Fe Watershed Association at the time, basically saying, this is 19 years ago, saying that we need to do a plan, that we have some problems, we need to work through this, we need to have a management plan for what they call the Santa Fe Preserve, or the artificial wetlands. And then in 2008, the city actually came up with a management plan. It was revised in 2010 and never implemented. So if you look at us as a community and we watch 19 years going by and we watch as this wetlands, and the description that the city staff has used is they call it a nutrient sump. So no matter how clean you get the water that comes out of that treatment plant, by the time it goes through that wetlands, it's just as dirty as it was to begin with. And so we have serious concerns about the contaminated water, contaminated soil, and if you've driven out there, it's an absolute eyesore at this point. It's a fire hazard and a health hazard. And if this is a personal opinion, I think there should be signs up saying, don't get in this water. We have Ed Siri, who fell in the water a number of years ago and got extremely sick from it. And so these are real things. So can I share this handout? I've got should I just approach?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sorry about that. I didn't use the microphone. But this is really an interesting letter, because at the end of the first paragraph, it says, but most of all, in the perception of this observer, there's indignation over the implementation of the River Preserve project without any attempt to hear or respond to these concerns on part of the local community. And that's where we've been for 19 years. And so this opportunity now to have the county commission help us with this is something we deeply appreciate. And some of the other things that I want to raise, one of the things we've done through the Santa Fe Rivers Traditional Communities Collaborative, we have Stacy Timmons, they're one of their geohydrologists, the head of one of their programs, make a presentation. And one of the things that has not been explored is the idea of return flow credits for the Santa Fe River, which is a challenge without question, but we think it's a challenge that should be taken on. The problem with the return flow credits for the Santa Fe River is that it becomes subterranean as it passes La Bajada. And so it becomes a challenge, but it is something that the Bureau is looking into, would look into, if they can get the funding, and certainly something we would like to encourage. And I want to conclude with the coalition knows that Pueblos need to be involved in this process and encourages the commission and the city council to engage Pueblos impacted by the city's proposed pipeline. And I'll stand for questions, but I do want to bring Darren up to be able to speak to issues about water quality. So I'll stand for questions, and I'll ask Darren to come up.
Do we have questions from the commissioner? Or would we like to hear from our next speaker, Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you, Carl, for being involved in this for many, many years. And everybody else that's been involved for this for many years. You go back a while, as into Paige Morgan, Catherine Uhas back in the days.
Right.
Catherine Uhas is actually in charge of the Bernalillo County Water Authority these days. And some of the second time I can remember this county chamber filled is, other than Agua Fria, is whenever they wanted to develop the golf courses truck stop there where Las Lagunitas subdivision is. And I think one of the key things that you mentioned there is that the communication between the developer, Chuck Robinson, who actually purchased that property from an individual that wanted to create those golf courses and everything else that was planned there. And Chuck Robinson communicated with the community out there, and he said, look, we will take away the golf courses. And they communicated, and they actually got now the Ditch Association. Anytime there's a home built there, they get so much money to put aside to upgrade the ditch and or the water rights in that for that community. I appreciate you guys creating this coalition, because as we know, what we're moving forward to and what we're looking at in the future is something that is, according to government entities, is ideal. And however, as you mentioned, there are some challenges that that existing system has. And more as we speak and communicate with individuals, it's coming forward as into maybe the plant needs some upgrading of some sort. But thank you for coming forward and introducing yourself as a new coalition, and as a coalition that is actually collaborating together and is moving forward and is going to communicate and is going to step out under our new leadership in the state engineer's office, because it's taken a while to get it going. And but appreciate you coming forward. Now we can all put faces together with who calls.
Quick
and who
comment
sends you.
about Chuck Robinson. As he became a true friend of the community. He really did. I mean, I would on occasion go out and have lunch with him, because he really recognized, I mean, one of the things he did, and it was at his own cost, is connected to the county water system. You know, it was that kind of appreciation that made him a friend of our community. But thank you for kind words, Rudy. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, really quick again, we will be communicating, all of us, with your coalition and the coalition that's being established, and so.
All right, thank you.
It's on our radar screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other questions, Commissioner Hansen?
Thank you, Carl, for being here. Always good to see you.
Good to see you too.
So where to start? So the first thing I would like to suggest, and since I am a member of the City of Santa Fe's River Commission, I think that it would be really the correct place at the city to start. And with that, I would like to invite you to the River Commission, and I will work with Zoe to schedule something. We only meet quarterly now, but we have a really good group of people on that who have a lot of water experience, new people who have not been around for a long time, and I think it would be really a valuable education for them to understand, because they are really interested in the downstream water users. After sitting on that commission for the last 5.5 years, I have plugged away at downstream water the entire time. I think for the city process to begin and to have some dialogue with them, I think that is the place for you to start. And then I don't think there's anybody who would not, who would disagree with you about the Paseo Real wastewater plant and the amount of need that facility needs. It is, one of my suggestions to the mayor was that he should apply for as much ARPA money as possible for that facility, because it is very serious, and I am concerned about the nutrient stump that you called that.
Right.
It is, it appears as a wetland, but whether it really is a wetland and
Right.
whether or not it's really cleaning the water a little more is always questionable, and something that we really need to explore, because when you get down to Calle Debra, which is on the border of Commissioner Garcia's district and mine, it always concerns me to see the amount of water running over Calle Debra. And even though I know the beavers love that little area right there and spend a tremendous amount of time there, Calle Debra is, I can see that when the river is really running, those people on the other side of the river cannot get out.
Right.
You know, I mean, even the other day when the river was running in Agua Fria, I was very grateful to see the firemen from Agua Fria come and close the gates at San Ysidro Crossing. And I can just imagine what it was like at Calle Debra if it was running that fast at San Ysidro. So I think that those are two of the things that I definitely wanted to mention. And so I think that your letter and everything would be good to be sent to the River Commission,
Okay.
the City of Santa Fe River Commission, so that the process can begin to have a dialogue over there, because I think that might be a good place to start.
We were able to find the management plan they put together in 2010. It's a well-written document. It just was never implemented. So we will be happy to forward that to you as well, to have you have that as a guide.
I appreciate that very much. And I wholeheartedly agree with you that Pueblo engagement is something that is always valued and always needed. And, you know, the Santa Fe River does end on Cochiti land, and I do believe that Santo Domingo has some of it also running through their property or their land. So thank you for that, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Are there any other questions or comments? Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the very good presentation. I certainly agree that I think the community process you're calling for is absolutely what we need. And I guess I just had one question. I know you've been talking with the city's water utilities staff, and are they amenable to the process you're asking for in your discussions?
I'm not sure the question.
Have you met with the city staff, and do they agree to have such a process that you are proposing?
You know, we've had, I feel, some good conversations with the city water staff, and I think there is an understanding. And I think part of that is when we formed the coalition, all of a sudden they looked up and said, wait a second, it's not just, you know, the Santa Fe River Traditional Communities Collaborative. These are a whole lot of people. And I think that just helped them understand the importance of working with us. And we've been pleasantly surprised, knock on wood, so far. And so we're hopeful that that will continue, and we certainly will encourage it in any way we can to make that happen. I think, again, we've got a group of folks that really understand the ability to compromise, understand that we're not going to get everything. It's not going to be a perfect solution, but there are things that we can do to improve the quality of water in the river and the quantity of water in the river. I know it sounds funny, but the springs in La Cienega are an important source of water for the Santa Fe River. And we can talk, and Rudy knows well, about how depleted those springs are. And it's a combination of the proliferation of residential wells. It also, again, this is one of those things you go, wait, well, really? It's the El Dorado wells. There are 4 wells that are in the Ancha-Tesuque Formation that impact our springs. And so that's going to be part of an overall solution, is to look at how we can get those springs back and what we can do to help protect those. But yeah, I am pleasantly surprised and really hopeful of our working with the city and really making some meaningful changes in terms of the overall. I mean, we're in this kind of limbo because we're out in the county, but they're the city makes all the decisions that impact us on a regular basis. And I think we're breaking through that now to a point where we can really have some serious communications, and they're actually going to listen. I mean, I've been in a meeting one time in Mayor Costa's office where he kind of got mad at us and says, I'm not the mayor of La Cienega, so, like, too bad. And I've also listened to Marcos Martinez, one of their attorneys, saying they have no responsibility at all to release any water below the wastewater treatment plant. That attitude's changed, and that attitude is different. And so we're very, again, hopeful that can be sustained. And again, it's going to be you folks, the county commission, who we think is going to play a pivotal role in making that happen.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that we're expecting at some point, sometime soon, a draft agreement from the city, which is a rewrite of the last draft agreement. And yeah. I think we should look at that very carefully, make sure that it is going to get us the process that we need, and I think we should not let the city rush us. They've taken plenty of time on their end, and I think we should take whatever time we need on our end to make sure we get the agreement that we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's completely and totally something we support.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay.
I would like to have Darren come up to talk about water quality issues.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I don't want to take up too much more time. I think Carl explained it quite well, but I would like to pass out 2 handouts just on the general framework for a stakeholder-driven mitigation plan that we're talking about, which is the plan that's mentioned as being required in the joint city and county agreement for a return flow credit pipeline from Paseo Royal treatment plant back to the Rio Grande. And that's where water quality issues come in. As much as water quality from that plant is an issue for the traditional communities of the lower Santa Fe River, it's also going to be a concern for any water that's returned to the Rio Grande in exchange for return flow credits and appropriation of San Juan Chama water. We have been told by the city that we have to start looking at this whole solution and this whole mitigation plan in terms of the absence of San Juan Chama water. And I think that's true. And I think we spent some time listening to the difference between paper water and wet water and pondering that. And as we look into acknowledging the climate emergency that we're in, we have to start looking about how long is that wet water really going to be there, and whether the paper water really means anything at all. In the meantime, I'm also noticing that the joint city-county agreement was based on a couple of assumptions. One, that out of 7 feasibility options for reuse of water in the Santa Fe River watershed, it was predicated on the fact that infrastructure at the Paseo Real wastewater treatment facility was decrepit or failing, or was at least insufficient. And so it wasn't able to support as feasible, excuse me, total reuse options for potable water, or even some of the other options for sustainable flow throughout a living river that would allow us to benefit from well-treated water and the reuse of it. So without taking up too much more time, what we're talking about as that stakeholder-driven process would be a pretty standardized environmental management system to be implemented maybe jointly by the city and county, where the stakeholders are not necessarily just showing up for public hearing or protest or public comment, but are involved in a standardized plan. The standard that exists for many other wastewater treatment facilities in the country and in the world is the ISO 14001. And that's an environmental management system model that carries across many different industries, but has been promoted by the EPA since 1997 as being valuable for particularly municipalities and local governments and their wastewater treatment programs. So I have 2 sheets, one a basic description and 2 a cost-benefit listing from the EPA. And they will also give you links where you can get far more information on the practicality and pragmatism of a program like this than I could stand here and give you. I would like to pass these out, and I think I've made the point, and I would answer any questions if you...
Yes, sir, if you could give one to our stenographer as well.
The point being, again, that this is not a radically new idea. It's a type of system that's being used across the country, and I think it's the intent of the coalition to offer this as a possible solution that puts us in a proactive position in managing the any impacts or water supply challenges that we face together, and especially in the lower Santa Fe River watershed. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here and for giving us all this information. Commissioner Garcia, did you have a question?
Comment.
Oh, comment? Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chair, just once again, the individuals out there, thank you for coming forward. You know, we're not just talking about downstream users, we're actually talking about individuals from the community. There's a gentleman out there I didn't recognize, Mr. Roger Taylor. He's upstream, Galisteo area, and thank you for being here, Roger. Appreciate that. As you can see, people that have all these 3 or 4 forks in these rivers that actually feed the western part of the county. It's good to see everybody involved. Mr. J.J. Gonzalez, actually, if you go on his property, beautiful piece of property. You guys out there every morning at 7 o'clock in the morning and taking care of his agricultural lands. But all you individuals that create this this collaboration, thank you. Please continue. You have the county commission's ear, and that's very good thing. And let's move forward and see what we need to do. One other thing I wanted to mention, I forgot Olivia sitting in the audience there actually reminded me about this, is the state engineer's office is having meetings, seminars now in the month of August, correct, in regards to the state engineer's office their 50-year plan for water planning throughout the state of New Mexico. And it is on their webpage, so if you look up State Engineer's Office and go to calendar or events, it's definitely there. It has they have webinars, they're having meetings, so thank you, Olivia, for reminding me about that. Appreciate that. And Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Okay, seeing no other, Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, I want to also thank Carl and Darren and Roger and anybody else who's in the audience who came to talk about this, because I do believe this is a very important topic that we really need to be in communication with the city and with the stakeholders and with the people downstream. So thank you for working on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson and Commissioner Garcia, and absolutely, it's always great to hear from our constituents bringing these concerns forward so that the commission can look at them. So thank you very much for being here. We're going to go on to item number 8A, and these are matters from the county manager. 8A is a COVID-19 update, so I'm going to go to Manager Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So the state of New Mexico and Santa Fe County are seeing increases daily in COVID-19 cases, and testing has picked up in various locations around the county. Currently, the state is at a 6-month high with positive cases, and Christus St. Vincent's is reporting that 6 patients are hospitalized. Santa Fe County continues to do well, though, with vaccination, and currently has the 4th highest vaccination rate in New Mexico, with 75.2% fully vaccinated. Also, we've had an average between 713 and 726 of 100 out of 100,000 testing 6.1% positive tests, or a positivity rate of 2.87%. And that average of fully vaccinated then was 74.3, so we've moved up to 75.2. Also, our in Connect, our healthcare assistance navigators have assisted 12 new individuals this week and followed up with 43 others. And we have 3,432 self-initiated assistance requests. We're continuing our vaccination events, our small venues in rural areas. We were out at the fairgrounds, and we will continue to go to the fairgrounds. I think we're gonna try to be there a couple times a month just to make it available. And also the fire department is planning to do a vaccination event with the Pewaukee School District. And also Department of Health is now vaccinating high school students in Santa Fe County. We had a plan for reopening our senior centers, but we have held off on that because of the increased number of positive cases in Santa Fe, as well as problems posed by the Delta variant. Our community centers, however, are open for business as long as individuals follow COVID protocols. And then just a reminder, we did open La Sala. I know most of the commissioners were able to make it, but both sides of La Sala, the recovery center is open, and that has 10 clients, and New Mexico Solutions has recently hired a nurse manager and will be getting its pharmacy license on Monday. And so they are taking, New Mexico Solutions is taking clients by referral from law enforcement, the hospital, first responders, and clients referred through NAMI. That's the COVID updates. Any questions on those? As you, well,
Manager Miller, I did have one question. We don't have dates yet when we'll start helping or collaborate the efforts with the vaccination for the high school.
Mr. Chair, no, I do not have those dates in front of me. I don't know if we have them yet, but I don't have them in front of me. But I can send those to you by text as soon as I have them.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller.
Sure. And then also, we did put our mask policy for indoors back in place last week, and we are looking at a vaccination policy, trying to encourage all employees to be vaccinated or to test on a regular basis, since the Delta variant is so contagious and spreads so quickly. And we will send out notification of any of those policy changes as soon as they come forward. Also, the city of Santa Fe did put in a vaccination policy similar to the state with either mandatory vaccination or frequent testing. And they put that health order in, and putting masks indoors on as well. So they put that policy back in place yesterday. Then just a couple other miscellaneous updates. I'll do those, and then we'll have Penny. I don't know if Penny's back yet. Is Penny back yet? Okay. I'll go ahead and do the miscellaneous updates, and then maybe, and the board can decide if they would like Robert to present. Penny had to step away for an appointment, and so she was going to present some community overlay process for changes to the cannabis regulations and how we would work with the communities on that. But if she's not back, then Robert could do that. This was just a presentation and opportunity to give you an update of how we're going to move through that process. But the other updates I had is that we did have our county fair. It was open to the public on Wednesday, August 4th, and went through the 8th. And the number, while I don't know the number of attendees yet, we did have quite a bit of individuals who showed in the small animal and livestock shows, and they were very well attended. And our indoor exhibits were also open to the public from Wednesday to Saturday. We had several county booths and the mobile vaccination van there, and it was the mobile vaccination van was there Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday, and had a good number of people who came and got vaccinated, so that was nice. Also, I know that Commissioner Hamilton and Commissioner Hughes had a Santa Fe County Nuclear Waste Transportation Emergency Response Town Hall. I had the opportunity to attend part of that, or most of that. We had probably about 70 people. Clearly, we needed a bigger room or more chairs. But there'll be another community meeting tomorrow night on the same subject that'll be provided by the 285 All Group. And county will also be involved in further discussion on that subject. Then we also, I just wanted to give you an update on what we did for implementing raises for our lowest paid workers. The Board of County Commissioners did approve in FY22 budget a $1 increase if an employee had an hourly rate less than $14, and if it was between $14.01 and $14.99, then their hourly rate increased to $15. And so we processed about 109 personnel, 109 personnel actions in order to implement those. We had 25 in the elected officials department, public safety had 22, public works had 39, and all the other departments had a total of 10. We estimated that there would be 109. It ended up being 96, and that was due to from the time we did the interim budget to the time we implemented all of them for this pay period. We had some attrition and some people who had also gotten promoted. So we're on track to hopefully by the end of this fiscal year, the very beginning of next fiscal year, have all county employees at $15 or more per hour. So those were all of my updates. And I think, so I'd stand for any questions on those, and then if there aren't any, I think Robert could at least give you what he and Penny worked on relative to the overlay process, if you'd like to hear that.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. Commissioner Garcia, did you have a comment or a question? Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Catherine. Appreciate the updates. I just wanted to bring up a few things, if Mr. Chair, if you don't feel this is the right time, but the county fair. County fair actually turned out very, very well. We have a couple of things that we need to work on out there for the county fair. But once again, I was there for Buyers Day on Saturday or Friday. I was there on Friday. Great event. I went there for a couple hours on Saturday. It was great to see all the kids there and participating with their animals that they raise throughout the year, but it turned really good. One of the things I wanted to do is, Catherine, please thank what you do, is thank Anna, thank you, your staff. PJ, Gary, thank your staff. Those individuals that are behind the scenes that are there throwing the trash, that are there out there before everybody gets up and putting it all together, getting the vendors out there, assisting the county fair board with the vendors. Thank you. Thank the staff for assisting with that. Please get that to them. Thank you. In regards to the testing, if we do have some testing there, once again, there was the vaccination shot command mobile van was there, and they did an excellent job. If we do have them at the county fair once or twice a week, can we actually upgrade the sign that's located there at the entrance to the fair and Rodeo Road? Because it looks like some little sign there that somebody made. It'd be great to actually put Santa Fe County vaccination here, because you pass by there, the sign isn't really encouraging that the county's actually offering it, which is the government's offering that. So Catherine, if you could please look at that. Thank you. And one of the things I just wanted to bring up, I understand the silence for Commissioner Moreno, and I totally agree with that, dedicating it to him. I just wanted to have a little moment of silence for one of our employees that actually passed away, and he worked for the county for many, many years. And if I may, if that's okay, Mr. Chair, and just Larry Narvaez. Larry Narvaez actually worked in several different areas for Santa Fe County. He retired from the housing department. Great guy, cowboy guy. I actually respected Larry because no matter what his stance was or who he supported, he was actually up front in how he did and how he went about it. And Larry was a good man, and he had a lot of institutional knowledge within this organization. But just wanted to say that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And I know that I believe we're still waiting for Penny, but if she doesn't come soon, then we'll go ahead and have Mr. Griego present. We do, I appreciate you bringing up, the county fair, and I just want to apologize. Unfortunately, I was out of town on this weekend and actually had a hunt, but I couldn't make it to the county fair. But I did hear it was really well represented, and so I just wanted to thank Anna and everybody else that was involved in the fair. So if there's not any other comments, Manager Miller, did you want us to continue with the item and have Mr. Griego present?
Mr. Chair, are you,
Go ahead.
are we going to
Commissioner.
have Commissioner, did you go to Commissioners' issues, or if I missed that?
No, ma'am, we have not gone there yet.
Fine, I'm
We're-
good.
We're still waiting on item number 8B. I just thought since we had some time in between, we'd go ahead and let comments go. I know Manager Miller is tied up.
Want to go to public hearings?
Yeah, let's go ahead and go on to item number 8B. And this is an update on community overlay process for changes to cannabis regulations. And from the Growth Management Department, we have Mr. Robert Griego.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Robert Griego, Planning Manager. This item is in response to the Board of County Commissioners ordinance, which was passed on July the 30th, which amends the Sustainable Land Development Code to enact comprehensive countywide regulations for cannabis. The ordinance, the board held a public hearing on July the 30th, and the comments at the public hearing included comments from members of the public who desired outdoor growing to be allowed in more zoning districts than had been proposed in the draft ordinance. In response, the board made the outdoor growing of commercial cannabis a conditional use in rural fringe, rural residential fringe, and traditional community zoning districts, and provided an option for community district overlay communities to update community district overlays to review and propose different cannabis regulations for their communities. The part of this presentation is to provide some proposed direction to move forward. The ordinance indicates that Section 102210 of the ordinance states, nothing in this section shall preclude different cannabis regulations from being adopted for community district overlays in ordinances adopted after the effective date of the cannabis ordinance number 2021-3. This provision ensures that communities are empowered to create their own cannabis regulations that reflected individual needs, goals, and character. So the memo that you have in your packet outlines a process for communities to undertake a community overlay district, or a proposed process for communities to undertake a community overlay district amendment process to address the cannabis regulations. As was discussed at the previous public hearing on the cannabis ordinance, there are 13 community district overlays in Santa Fe County. Each of those overlays first established a community plan and identified uses that were appropriate in their communities. In 2015, the board authorized a process for communities to update their community plans and to review the community district overlays to incorporate into the Sustainable Land Development Code as part of the Sustainable Land Development Code process. So communities came together in an expedited manner to review the community plans and the community district overlay processes at that time. Each of those community plans, however, did not consider cannabis at that time, because those uses had not been proposed for the Cannabis Act had not been created by the state, and communities had no idea that this had come forward. So the process in front of us today is for the community district overlay establishes overlay zoning. And what we are proposing here is a process for communities to create to review the cannabis regulations for their communities. As part of the process, staff had put together a use matrix which identified the uses for each community that related to the cannabis ordinance. That information was provided to the board as an amendment to the cannabis ordinance, and it reflected each community district and identified the uses associated with the community district overlays. Just for reference for the commissioners, each community district overlay has multiple zoning districts in it. So, for instance, the Los Rios Community District overlay has 4 different zoning districts within it. Some of those zoning districts relate specifically to the cannabis overlay and uses that may or may not be allowed as proposed by the county ordinance. So what staff is proposing is setting up a specific process to create a clear and direct process for communities to review the ordinance with their community, and for community planning committees to consider any proposed changes to the community district overlays. I will summarize some of the procedures that we are proposing to include in the as part of the framework, because I think one of the issues that was that we've had as we've developed community plans, that again there's a process that staff works with communities, and there's a trust process that is an important part. So what we are proposing is a clear framework to establish the community district overlays. The framework includes a requirement that that interested potential community planning committee members meet with staff in a pre-application informational meeting, so they understand what the process might be if they are interested in pursuing that. That they establish a representative planning committee to include residents, property owners, business owners, agricultural, and other community stakeholders in accordance with Section 2.1.5 of the SLDC. That they require open membership of the planning committee throughout the process in accordance with Section 215 of the SLDC. And an establishment of a defined consensus process. Sometimes consensus is part of the community planning ordinance, and what we want to do is create a specific process to identify what a consensus process looks like for communities. As we've developed community plans over the years, and there have been points where communities are not able to reach consensus, and what we want to do is have a clear, defined community consensus process for communities to follow, and that would be part of the framework for initiating the process, and that process be followed throughout. There's part of the process also includes that that if consensus is not reached within a designated time frame, that the committee process would need to follow the same regulations as Santa Fe County. If the community is not able to come to some consensus on the agreement defined by the process, that there would be that the cannabis regulations in accordance with the existing ordinance would remain in effect, and the community plan, the community district overlays would not be amended. We also recommend a establishment of a time frame for each community planning process, and that each planning committee follow guidelines for the length of the process and number of meetings. And for example, we may identify specific set up a framework where we identify a specific number of committee meetings and outline what that process might look like, which I'll get to in just a moment. And then also, we also will need to establish a process for prioritizing community planning committee process contingent on available county staff and resources. Currently, we are working with a couple of communities, including the La Bajada community, to develop their community plan. We hope to get that plan completed in the short term and be able to work on the overlay regulations for La Bajada. We are also working with Tesuque to update their community plan, and as we are, we are going through that process with them now. We also intend to bring the cannabis regulations forward as we're working with that community, and then we are also working with San Marcos to update their community district overlay, and we will be bringing those forward as well. We, again, there are also, but we also want to recognize that the board did identify that all community district overlays will have the ability to update their community district overlays. So we, we wanted to provide an update process for that to include the initiation. The SLDC does not have a specific process for updating of an overlay district for community planning committees. The process in Section 2.15 of the code identifies a process for community plans, and we are intending to bring some of those items forward for for the community district overlay process. So that includes presenting a resolution to the board to authorize a community planning committee and a process to update their community district overlay, to initiate a community process in accordance with the resolution, to include notification to all property owners in the community district. So the way that we do that is at the initiation of the planning process, after the board has authorized a community planning process, we then send out notification to all property owners within that community district to inform them of the process and that is ongoing. The next step would be for the community planning committee to develop cannabis regulations in accordance with the a schedule outlined, and then after the committee has drafted a coordinated to develop the regulations with county staff, then we would require a community-wide meeting to inform the entire public, the entire community of the proposed regulations before it comes through a public hearing process for adoption. So yes, again, the proposed schedule would be again that we'd have maybe possibly 4 committee meetings. The first meeting we would be discussing the resolution, the SLDC framework, to discuss the consensus process with the committee and introduce the cannabis ordinance and the code framework for communities to have a clear understanding of what that is. Then again, we'd have the next couple of meetings. We would be looking at both the proposed cannabis regulations in regard to any proposed changes to the existing ordinance, and then propose changes to that, and then the planning committee would reach consensus on that, and then we'd go forward with the community planning meetings. It is each community planning process is a unique process, but we do feel like we need a clear framework that both the community understands and that we will be able to implement in order to be successful in this process. This item is for informational purposes only, and I stand for questions for the board.
Thank you, Mr. Griego. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Hansen?
Thank you, Robert. Thank you for taking the time and working on this in such a expedient manner. It's a lot to take in, but I think that we have such diverse and unique community organizations that I think you've laid out a good plan of how to approach them and how to start the dialogue and make things work for them also. Will they be able to deny the use of growing in their communities? I believe the law said that denial was not possible, but I don't remember the exact details of the state law.
I can defer to the county attorney, but again, the section of the code which I read earlier states that again, nothing in the section shall preclude different cannabis regulations for being adopted for community district overlays in ordinances adopted after this one. But I defer to the county attorney on that question.
Mr. Griego, can you repeat that? We're having a little bit of a hard time understanding. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, commissioners. Let me get a little lower here. Commissioner, Ms. Chair, Commissioner Hansen, your question was, can communities prohibit cannabis regulations? And I'd like to defer that to the county attorney.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, is the question, could they prohibit a certain cannabis use entirely within a district? Was that the question?
Yeah, that will work.
I think we would need to assess that in light of the overall county regulations, because if it's permitted somewhere in the county, it's not prohibited.
Right.
It gets down to whether or not I believe the totality of the regulations are reasonable time, place, and manner regulations, which are expressly allowed by the law. So it's a hard question to answer in the abstract. I think it depends specifically on what's being proposed in light of what is allowed countywide, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. And yes, it does make sense. That just had been something I had been thinking about. But in general, I think that you've come up with a plan, and I appreciate that very much. And I think that is how we can move forward. So thank you, Robert, very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Griego. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you. I also am impressed at the speed with which you developed this. Very much appreciated. Simple question. This focuses on communities that already have community overlay districts.
Sure, Commissioner Hamilton, that's correct.
So how would it apply, or what would be the situation if some other community wants to develop an overlay district? They'd go through the traditional process, and this would simply be incorporated into it?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, yeah, that's a really good question. That's something that we've, contemplated, as well. Again, the provision in the ordinance as it's stated now talks about community district overlays that exist at this time. I think, again, we do need to, I think part of the process, and I may have neglected to mention, we will need to do, significant public outreach as part of the process and inform communities. And I think that specific question is going to be coming from community members. I don't know if we'll be able to create a process specifically for communities that don't have a community district overlay. That's something that maybe we can get back with you on. I don't know what that process might look like, but I think it's a real issue and a real need. I think, there was a lot of discussion at the board, at the public hearing with the adoption of the ordinance in regard to the traditional communities. And we have 29 traditional communities in Santa Fe County. We've got 13 community district overlays. Of those 13 community district overlays, there's 9 traditional communities. And traditional communities, were established in our, were established in the county code originally because they had systems in place. Again, they were communities that existed for over 100 years when they were created, and they have systems, whereas they may have a acequia systems and water systems and facilities and structures that make them a traditional community. So those traditional communities may have the infrastructure, and they may have a desire to review the cannabis regulations for maybe outdoor growing, for instance. But we currently do not have a process for new communities to, or again, this proposal does not address communities that do not have a community plan and an overlay, but that is an important issue.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Griego. Great presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for all your hard work. Okay, so we are going to go on to item number 9, and these are matters from the county commissioners and other elected officials. These are non-action items. And today's, or at least, are non-action. Sometimes we do have action items. 9A is commissioner issues and comments, including but not limited to constituent concerns, recognitions, and requests for future updates or future presentations. So I'm going to go to Commissioner Hansen first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'll start with, I had a very good meeting of Under the Trees at my last coffee and tea under the trees at Reunity Resources. It was very well attended, and many different questions and issues came up, but a lot of them were to do with the river trail, and everyone is happy that the river trail is going forward. The other items is that I had mentioned that I had been appointed as the vice chair on the NACO Arts and Culture Committee, but yesterday I found out that I will continue on the EELU leadership team. I have been appointed as a vice chair on the Energy Subcommittee, which I am happy to serve on, and I'm also been very encouraged by this time on the EELU of how much more progressive the body has become in the appointments of leadership on that body. And I'm grateful to that because I feel like with the climate emergency happening, we really need national leadership from NACO pushing that forward. And then I also had the opportunity through NACO to sit on a briefing from EPA on WOTUS, and that in short, it will be a two-part rulemaking. The first part will to be repeal and replace the National Water Protection Rule with the pre-2015 definition, and then including the Supreme Court cases. The second rulemaking is crafting the new definitions, and as we all know, that's probably going to take a number of years. It was very nice to meet with our Congresswoman, Teresa Leger Fernandez, at the housing unit, and for her to see one of the brand new housing units that we had completely refurbished, and that she saw how important it was that the money she has brought to the county to do roofs on our county housing facilities and how important it is. And I think that's all I have, so thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple things. Manager Miller did mention the good turnout at the Nuclear Waste Transportation Town Hall. Obviously, that's a very important issue to people who live along 285 and also other parts of the county. Not everybody there was from along 285. We had people from other parts of the county that are also affected, and it was a good discussion, and it will continue. I also went to the county fair because I realized I hadn't been in many years and got to enjoy looking at the goats being judged, and that was lots of fun. The goats were very cute. And also it was nice to see the 4-H families presenting their animals. And finally, I think we've all noticed the terrible air quality in Santa Fe that we've had over the last few days, and I think that, along with the UN's report on climate change, just makes me think that when we do get around to finishing our strategic plan, we really need to, we've already prioritized the climate crisis, but we may need to even look at how we can move more quickly on some of our projects in that regard, just because, it's affecting life here, it's affecting life everywhere. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So more on the town hall. I really wanted to express my appreciation certainly to Commissioner Hughes for doing that. It was obviously, since it was well attended, there was obviously quite a bit of interest, and we had some notable attendees, including the county manager, who did get a round of applause, and Senator Peter Wirth and Speaker Brian Egoff, representatives from Senator Heinrichs and Representative Leger Fernandez's office, which was very cool. And I wanted to, in particular, thank Assistant Chief Martin Vigil for his good presentation and answering of questions, and Cynthia Wheeler and 285 all for their support and sharing information. And then moving right along, we had a coffee with the commish Saturday morning, which was well attended, and there was, in addition to interest in the nuclear transportation issue and follow-up on that, there was quite a bit of interest in getting community support for doing more Firewise things, including chipper days. So the interest and activity in that is clearly taking an uptick, and in water issues and in road issues, which is pretty typical. And you know, Commissioner Hughes mentioned the air quality issues, and I just wanted to mention, yeah, there are huge fires in California and some of our surrounding states. In the last week, we actually had 2 new fire starts that were important. One of them certainly hit the state news in northern New Mexico, and another smaller one north of where I live on the way to Las Vegas. So as much rain as we're having, and as much as that has improved our drought conditions, we still have drought conditions. If you're 24 hours out from a rainstorm, fires start really easily. So I just want to encourage continued care in that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. I think Commissioner Garcia is gone, so I just wanted to bring up that we'll be having another community meeting in my district on the 26th of August. We had a really good discussion in our last meeting where we talked primarily on internet, broadband, and infrastructure, and so I look forward to continuing that conversation on the 26th, and that will be at the El Rancho Community Center and at 6 p.m. Thank you. If that's it, I'm going to go on to our next item, which is item number 9B, other elected officials, issues, comments, including but not limited to constituent concerns, recognition, requests for updates for future presentation. And I know we have our county clerk, Ms. Catherine Clark.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I would like to thank our county staff for putting on this county fair. We had a booth out there and registered voters. This past week, we went to the election school. We have a goal of certifying all of our election staff to be 100% election certified by the Secretary of State, and we are just about at that goal. And we are preparing for our election. So as a reminder, August 24th is the date to declare candidacy. So if you're thinking about running for office, we're encouraging folks to make an appointment with all your paperwork to make the traffic flow a little easier in our office. You can email us at clerk@santafecountynm.gov to set up an appointment. And then finally, we had a summer intern who was a high school student, and she worked with us to create a contest for high school students ages 14 to 18. It's going to be an I Voted sticker contest. So instead of the standard I Voted sticker, we're going to have county staff vote on, actually ranked choice voting, vote on Spanish and English I Voted stickers. We're working with all of the county high schools, and anyone who lives or goes to school in Santa Fe County ages 14 to 18 can send in a design. There is an online form, but you can also email us again at clerk@santafecountynm.gov if you want to have questions or want to participate in our sticker contest. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Clerk Clark. Appreciate that. I did want to bring up, or to your point, just saying, you know, being proactive and getting out there to get that completed. And can you share the name of the summer intern that brought this forward?
Hold on, I want to pronounce her name correctly.
Oh, no worries.
Okay, so she asked us to call her Isa, but her name was Isabella Triyold Saez, and she goes to, I believe, the School of Art and Design.
Okay, awesome. And it's really refreshing and neat to see these summer interns bring things like this forward. So we really appreciate you sharing that with us.
We were very happy to have her. I think the county had decided very last minute to have interns, and we snapped her right up. She was very interested in design, and so we wanted to incorporate her interest into something that she could develop as a project in the office.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're gonna go ahead and instead of going into executive session, we'll just go ahead and start with our public hearings and get those out of the way. I know we do have people from the audience that are here today, and it would be a little bit more efficient instead of having them wait. Okay, so our first public hearing is 11A, and this is case number 21-5110, Fiasco Fine Wines LLC, wholesaler liquor license for spirits, beer, and wine, Fiasco Fine Wines LLC, DBA Fiasco Fine Wines. Applicant, Mr. Mark Rhodes, agent requests approval for a wholesaler liquor license for spirits, beer, and wine. The property is located at 20 Bisbee Court and is zoned as Employment Center EC within the PD1 Community College District CCD-EC within Section 24, Township 16, Range 8 East, and this is within Commission District 5. And we have our case manager, Mr. Jose Laranaga.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The applicant is requesting a spirits, beer, and wine wholesaler liquor license. The current business has been operating for over 16 years at this location under several different owners. Mr. George Vanderman purchased Fiasco Fine Wine from Mr. Greg G. Lindbergh, who relinquished his interest in Fiasco Fine Wine due to circumstances outlined in Exhibit 1 of this report. Due to the fact that a New Mexico wholesaler liquor license is non-transferable per NMSA Section 60-6A-19, Mr. Vanderman is requesting a wholesaler liquor license to operate Fiasco Fine Wine at this location. No alcohol will be served on premises. The zoning for this property is regulated by ordinance number 2016-9, the Sustainable Land Development Code, Chapter 8, Section 8.10.3, Plan District, Santa Fe Community College District. The site is zoned as Employment Center within the PD1 Community College District. Table 8.44 illustrates the uses allowed within the above-mentioned zoning district, subject to all other applicable standards of the SLDC. The CCD use table identifies the following uses as permitted uses within the Employment Center subzone: warehouse or storage facility, wholesale trade durable goods, wholesale trade non-durable goods, refrigerated warehouse or cold storage, and beer, wine, and liquor store with no off-premises consumption. The State Alcoholic Beverage Control Division granted preliminary approval of this request in accordance with Section 60-6B-4 NMSA of the Liquor Control Act. The Liquor Control Act requires the Board of County Commissioners to conduct a public hearing on the request to grant a spirits, beer, and wine wholesaler liquor license at this location. In accordance with the Liquor Control Act, the BCC may disapprove the issuance of the license if the location is within an area where the sale of alcoholic beverages is prohibited by state law, the issuance would be in violation of a zoning or other ordinance, or the issuance would be detrimental to the public's health, safety, or morals of the residents at the local option district.
Mr. Laranaga, we're having a little bit of a hard time hearing you, sir.
Okay. Growth Management staff has reviewed this request for compliance with pertinent code requirements and finds the following facts to support this submittal. CCD Use Table 8.44 allows the requested use. The applicant has met the state of New Mexico requirements for noticing. The site is 0.2 miles from the nearest church and 3.8 miles from the nearest school. Staff recommendation is approval of a spirits, beer, and wine wholesaler liquor license to be located at 20 Bisbee Court. Mr. Chair, also Vicky passed out some documents. The first one on top was from Gary Boyle on behalf of Thomas Walensky, and the other two items came from Mark Rhodes on behalf of Fiasco Fine Wine. And the applicant, Mr. Rhodes, is here to answer any questions on those documents. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Larrañaga. Do we have any questions? I think we'd like to hear from the applicant first, and then we'll go ahead and ask questions. Thank you, sir. And if you can state your name for the record, and I believe you need to be sworn in.
My name is Mark Rhodes. I'm an attorney who's been retained by Fiasco Fine Wines, LLC. If you'll allow me, I'll give you a little background. And I'm going to make this very...
I think you need to be sworn in, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Madam Clerk. Thank you, sir. Or am I incorrect? Lawyers do not need to be sworn in. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. He's, as I understand it, he's here in a representative capacity, providing argument based upon information, so he's not here to testify.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed, sir.
As Mr. Larrañaga correctly stated, this has been operated at the location it's at right now for about 16 years. In December of 2016, Mr. Walensky, who was then the owner of Fiasco Fine Wines, Inc., sold the assets along with Fiasco Fine Wine, individually sold them along with Fiasco Fine Wine, Inc., to Fiasco Fine Wine, LLC. Fiasco Fine Wine, LLC was indirectly owned completely by a gentleman named Greg Lindberg. And since Mr. Lindberg is in fact the elephant in the room, I'm going to just address it head on. Mr. Lindberg was convicted in North Carolina of a felony. Under New Mexico law, a felon cannot hold a New Mexico liquor license. Therefore, Mr. Lindberg, after exhausting his post-verdict arguments, relinquished his interest to Mr. Vanderman. Mr. Vanderman cannot transfer a license, and the department wants no transfers because they don't want to have a situation where the convicted felon basically transfers the license and then at one point in the future steps back in. So what happened here is what is required. Mr. Vanderman must come in and get a brand new liquor license. So you have an operation that's been there, is still there, is operating as we speak today. And we've gone through all of the steps. And again, I will bring out the second elephant in the room. There's been allegations about the difference in opinion in the floor plan. And it's not an opinion. What happened factually is that on December 16th, when Mr. Walensky entered into his asset purchase agreement, he also signed a document. Well, Mr. Lindberg actually signed it, appointing him as his agent, because Mr. Walensky was going to stay on as the president of his own company. Once that was signed, it was then accepted by Mr. Walensky on January 6th of 2017. The reason that date becomes important is that on that very date, Mr. Walensky submitted an application on behalf of Fiasco Fine Wine, LLC, with alcohol and gaming. And when the application was submitted, as is the practice with alcohol and gaming, now called ABC, Alcohol Beverage Control, they date stamp every page. So what you have is a date stamp of the application, you have a date stamp of the designation and resident agent, which would be Mr. Walensky, you have a date stamp of the floor plan. The floor plan was a 10,000 square foot floor plan, which showed the entire area of the warehouse, which is still the entire area of the warehouse. What happened subsequently, however, was that Mr. Walensky formed two competing entities while he was president of Fiasco Fine Wine. And I didn't want to get too deep into the weeds in terms of the litigation that is pending between these parties. But long story short is that Mr. Walensky's business, he owned half of Wayward Sun. Mr. Walensky has his fingers in many pies. He is one of the landlords on the building they're renting. He was the president of Fiasco Fine Wine, LLC, the applicant here today, although through a different ownership. He was a 50% owner of Wayward Sun, which is an auxiliary company. He carved out the southwest corner of the premises, the approved floor plan premises. And that's what I did was I gave you, one, a synopsis, which I tried to make simple, and two, some key pages that were date stamped, including the floor plan. The problem that evolved in the course of this case is that when I applied on behalf of Mr. Vanderman and his new ownership of Fiasco Fine Wine, I submitted the only approved floor plan that was in existence, and it was a 10,000 square foot floor plan that is date stamped, approved by the department. In the course of this proceeding, I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Larranaga. I say pleasure because this was not a generic sort of, we just rubber stamp this kind of situation. We had to walk through this because the county had been, without their knowledge, sort of drawn into this problem on the floor plan. And I say that because to construct Wayward Sun's space, they had to get permits from Santa Fe County. So when we arrived, and when I had the opportunity to meet Mr. Larranaga said, what we have is, assume at 10,000 square foot, and essentially a rat has eaten the southwest corner out. The rat being 664 square feet of Wayward Sun. And he said, well, we got inconsistencies here. So I'm in a sort of difficult position from a legal standpoint because I've been asked through Mr. Boyle to concede and stipulate to the floor plan that has Wayward Sun's rat bite. I can't do that. I, however, also understand that I am not going to put the county in the position where they have to make a decision on this. My client will accept the floor plan without stipulating that it's accurate, because to not do so puts the county in the position where they've issued a building permit inside of a space that is supposed to be the operating space for Fiasco Fine Wine LLC. That's an unconscionable position for the county. We simply want to continue operations with Mr. Vanderman. We're not looking to sort of roll back the time, and we can't do it. And how did this happen? It certainly didn't happen because anyone within the county's planning department was asleep. The only way I found it is I did a public records request on all of the applications on this and did an overlay, because when you look at what was submitted to the county, you see a 664 square foot place. Now, how in the world did Mr. Walensky get that through Alcohol and Gaming? It's real simple. He was one of the owners of the landlord. So he gave himself, through Kemosabe, which is the owner of the entity that owns the building, a lease saying Wayward Sun rented 664 or some proximate amount of square footage at 20 Bisbee Court, called it Unit D, and Alcohol and Gaming, much like I assume, and I don't know because I wasn't around when Mr. Larranaga looked at it and said, okay, it's Unit D at 20 Bisbee Court, we're all good. So there's how we got to where we are. That's the second elephant in the room. Now, having said all that, as I said, I'm not going to renege on what I said. It's not the county's problem. I won't make it the county's problem. If the county moves to move forward and say, we're going to accept the floor plan with what I would call the rat bite in the southwest corner, so be it. We get to continue our business. And that is essential because we've been there for a long time. We paid a lot of money to buy it, and there's a lot of employees in the county that work there. I hope that didn't more confuse things more than it clarified them, but I'd be happy to stand for any questions that anyone has. And by the way, I appreciate the indulgence. And before the questions come, I really would like to thank Mr. Larranaga. He's a great representative of the county. This was not an easy thing to work through.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your comments. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia. Are there any other commissioners that have questions or comments? And I'll go to Commissioner Hughes.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion, but no. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Good to see you.
It's nice seeing you as well.
Very good civil arguments as you brought forward, and you actually did study this and brought this forward. And fortunately, I'm glad I'm not the gentleman up there or the lady with the black robe. But very good job, and I'm sure our staff actually did check with our legal department to make sure that the civil stuff stays out of what the request is for today.
Right.
And if there's no additional questions, Mr. Chair, or I'd like to make a motion for approval based off of staff's recommendations.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes. This is, I believe, in Commissioner Hughes' district, and I'm going to, I'll defer to Manager
Mr.
Miller.
Chair, we have to have, this is a public hearing, so we do have to have the
Yeah, we
public
have to
hearing.
have a public hearing first. So I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, see, this is all, I did look at what was in the packet, but this is some new stuff, and I'm having a little trouble following what the controversy is. First of all, who is the person who has the felony that can't have a liquor license? Which one of the people you've talked about? What's the name of the person?
Is that a question directed to me, sir?
That's a question directed to you, yes.
If the question is who's the individual who is now owner of Fiasco Fine Wines, it's George Vandeman.
And is he the person who has the felony?
No, that is Greg Lindberg.
Okay, how is Mr. Lindberg involved in anything we're talking about today?
He is not. He has specifically relinquished his interest 100%. And that was provided to ABC along with the application. Or maybe not with the application, but it was provided contemporaneously with the application. Mr. Lindberg has no interest, has relinquished 100%. I have a letter with me wherein Mr. Lindberg relinquishes interest in Fiasco Fine Wine 100%.
Okay, and then it seems like there was an approval from the alcohol department that for a 10,000 square foot space, but it's actually not a 10,000 square foot space because of this little piece that's been cut out. Is that right?
It's correct. It's now 9,336. And so that I have a complete disclosure in the event that Mr. Walensky is watching or his attorney, Mr. Walensky has today, I understand, or yesterday, submitted a letter attaching what he says an addendum to the lease wherein my client allegedly consented. Unfortunately, however, here's what the signature page shows in the event that you have that addendum. It shows that Fiasco Fine Wine is signed off by Mr. Walensky and his general manager, and the date is March 2nd of 2021. The significance is that Mr. Walensky, as was the general manager, was no longer working after June of 2020. So 9 months later. Now, the other sort of interesting twist is that the landlord who signed off on this alleged addendum to the lease is also signed by Mr. Walensky because he is an owner of Kemosabe. So it's an addendum signed by an individual who was no longer an employee or officer of the tenant and is approved by Mr. Walensky in his capacity as an owner of the landlord. I can unequivocally state for the record that I have talked to my client. At no time did they approve an addendum. I would not have submitted what I did in terms of the floor plan if there was an existing addendum.
Okay, so could you summarize real quickly what we're being asked to do today and how that fixes something?
What you're being asked to do is approve Fiasco Fine Wine LLC's new wholesale liquor license application with the owner being George Vanderman. And as an officer of the court, I can assure you that before I filed the application, I'm the one that required Mr. Lindberg to put in writing that he 100% relinquished his interest in Fiasco Fine Wine.
Okay, and so the reason we need to approve a new application is because of the withdrawal of the person who has the felony?
Well, yes and no, and I don't mean to sound like a lawyer there. You have to apply for a new license. There is no ability to transfer a New Mexico wholesaler license. It's like a restaurant license, wholesale license, all, as a rule of thumb, if you don't mind my telling you, if they're free, you must apply for a new one every time you want one. If someone wants to transfer a restaurant license, they can't do that either. If someone wants to transfer a wholesale license, they can't do that. If someone wants to transfer a brewery license, they can't do that either. Any license that the state allows you to apply for free is non-transferable. That may change, but that's the way it sits now. So, specific answer to your specific question, in order to continue operating the business where it's operated for 16 years, we need approval of the new license.
Okay, and then, sorry to make you go over everything you said before, but I'm trying to get this clear in my head. Is the state going to have any problem with the fact that the space is, instead of 10,000 square feet, it's 9,000 some square feet now?
No, I'm glad you asked me that, because no, they're not. And the reason I know that is because Mr. Walensky appeared specifically at the state preliminary hearing, made the same argument there, and I believe you can assume by virtue of the fact that the state granted preliminary hearing, or it wouldn't be here, they granted preliminary approval, and I've provided them all the information that I have talked about today to ABC, so they know how this arose. And the answer to your specific question is, no, they're not.
Okay, I think that answers all my questions.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Hanson, did you have any questions?
I'll wait until after the public hearing.
Commissioner Hamilton, you're going to wait as well? Okay, so I just want to remind commissioners that this is in District 5, so I'd like for Commissioner Hughes to go first to answer questions after public comment and bring up any concerns. Okay, so next we're going to go on to public hearing. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak in favor or against this license? Tessa Jo, do we have anybody online?
Mr. Chair, we do not have signed up.
Okay, once again, is there anybody from the public?
Excuse me, we do not have anyone who has signed up.
Okay, thank you, Tessa Jo. Once again, do we have anybody from the public that would like to speak for or against this license that's being applied for? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close public comment, and I'll go to Commissioner Hanson, and then we'll go to Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my only question, is there any liability to the county if we pass this this liquor license? I guess I'm directing that to Greg.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I believe the question is, would the county face any liability, third-party claims against the county for approval of the license? If that's the question, I can't readily think of any claim that could be brought against the county. You know, under the statute, as I understand it, you know, the preliminary approval by the state means that the applicant has made a, you know, what the law says is a prima facie showing that they're entitled to the license. So if the county Board of County Commissioners is going to deny it, that means that you have to have substantial evidence in the record that doing so would be contrary to the public health. I'm paraphrasing, I don't have it in front of me, but public health, morals, and safety. So that's the issue before you, is do you have evidence in the record that shows that if you approve it, it would be injurious to the public health, morals, or safety. And if you conclude that there is no such evidence, then you should approve the application. And if you do so, then again, I can't see of any liability from that factual determination if you make it. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. It does. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hughes?
I wondered, does Commissioner Hamilton have a question?
I have one small question.
Oh, go ahead.
I gather that all the information that was provided on the the internal space dispute was provided to us, so sort of as a disclosure, so we didn't hear it and think that it was withheld, but it seems that that's an internal dispute and not really relevant to this application. Is that a good assumption? I don't know which lawyer to look at, but whoever wants to answer that.
Well, if I could, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I think it would be for the board to decide whether or not that is relevant. What I understood the representative for the applicant to be saying, though I think you would be wise to confirm this with him, is that even if they lost that dispute as to the square footage, so that their space to operate was reduced by the 600 square feet and change, if I got the facts generally right, that would not be material to their operations, that they would still be able to conduct their business as a wholesale licensee in the reduced space. That's what I understood, but if you could confirm that, I think that would be helpful to the board.
I thoroughly enjoy your county attorney because his assessments and his analysis of the law is right on, and I've been doing this for 35 years. And his analysis or statement is exactly correct. I presented what I did because I was concerned that the statement presented by Mr. Walensky would muddy through his attorney, would muddy the waters, and I wanted the county commissioners to have an explanation. That's it. I mean, I agree completely with the county attorney that first of all, there should be no discussion about floor plans at the local option, which is you all, because that is one of the elements that is decided at the preliminary hearing. If you get preliminary approval, the discussion about the adequacy of the floor plan and as in this particular case, the irregularities of the floor plan were expressly discussed with ABC before they granted preliminary approval. Having said that, I've learned a long time ago that there's no real ability to tell the local option district they can't do anything. They will do, you all will do exactly what you want. I provided you the courtesy of seeing what our response was to the floor plan issue. And I agree completely with your county attorney that I do not believe that even if you were to assume everything that was stated by Mr. Walensky, it in any way, shape, or form, it presents testimony that the application and the approval of the application would be a detriment to the health, safety, and morals of Santa Fe County.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Okay, Commissioner Hughes?
Well, I'll go ahead and make the motion that we approve the request for a wholesale liquor license by Fiasco Fine Wine LLC.
Second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hughes and a second from Commissioner Hanson.
Mr. Chair,
Under discussion, go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
I'm a little confused. Mr. Rhodes, in elementary terms, can you explain this to me? We have 10,000 square feet.
Right.
600 feet of that is going to be is question right now, right?
If you don't mind, I'll give you the sort of history and explanation.
No.
Okay, maybe I don't
we're
understand.
talking about 10,000 square feet minus the 600.
664, correct.
664?
Yeah.
So I think that the local government, this is exactly what we look at for floor plans, because this is why the alcohol and gaming, in my opinion, sorry, Mr. Schaefer, but in my opinion, we look at color, sites, setback, how many cars, vehicle, health and safety, welfare. So if we have 2 different breweries, 3 different breweries in this one building, and there's some sort of challenge, whatever's happening between you guys that we... So you had mentioned earlier, if you don't get that approved by the courts, correct me if I'm wrong, Greg, if I heard this right, is that then your client has no use for that facility. Is that correct?
Again, it's a yes and no, and I'm not trying to be cute. The area that is the 664 feet that is now the floor plan for Wayward Sons Distillery is physically separated from the rest. It's not like a floating 600 square feet. It is physically in the southwest corner Before I came here, it's an old practice of mine, I always go to the site so that I'm not in a position where you all live here and I don't know, so I inspected it today. It's physically separated. So what is going to happen is that Alcohol and Gaming, should the commission approve this, will tell us, regardless of what the approved floor plan, that the actual area that we can operate it in, because we can't push into Wayward Sons, nor I can tell you as a representative of the applicant, we're not interested in pushing into Wayward Sun space. We will end up in 9,336 square feet. Now, in my mind, the asked question is, well, why don't you stipulate to that? Because Mr. Walensky and Fiasco Fine Wines are in litigation. I do not want to make a statement that stipulates. Having said that, the reality is that's where we're going to operate, in 9,336 square feet. I don't know, if that clarified or confused.
Mr. Chair, I don't know, Mr. Schaefer or Ms. Miller, if you can help me with this. I'm just a little bit confused as into the whole floor plan stuff. Whenever a brewery or a liquor store or some sort of project or proposal that Alcohol and Gaming is actually requesting the local government entity to approve it, which they're asking us to look at the floor plan, in my opinion, on this. And I'm still a little confused as into, we're going to have 2 liquor licenses in there.
Right now you have 2 liquor licenses in there, and you have since Wayward Sun was approved in, I believe it was 2018. But so that I can, if you don't mind, I can clarify this to some extent. The local option district is never called upon to revisit issues that got preliminary approval. In other words, you don't have to visit fingerprints. You don't have to visit distances. You don't have to revisit whether there's a valid lease. You don't have to revisit floor plans. All of that is reviewed at the state level. I meant the compliment I paid to your county attorney, because I've been doing this a long time. Not everyone does, quite frankly, understand. What the presumption is under New Mexico law is that once the state has reviewed it and granted preliminary approval, there is a presumption that the applicant is in fact entitled to get the license. That presumption can be defeated based on personal, firsthand testimony that is supposed to be specific to health, safety, and morals. It would be unjustified to shift the burden to the local option district to completely do a de novo review of the entire application. And that was not the intention, but more fundamentally, it is not the law.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hanson?
So, Commissioner Garcia, I think if I understand this correctly, what happened and where the misunderstanding lies is in the beginning, this 10,000 square foot drawing was given to the state, and then the other drawing was also designed and laid out. And so with the cutout and that is what the dilemma is, but that has nothing to do with us.
That is accurate in the context of what you're doing today. And it's accurate overall because, again, the local option district should never be placed in a position they have to review every element of the application. It's supposed to be, you should be able to rely, and under the New Mexico law, you can rely on the state because there's a presumption once they gave preliminary approval, which is the springboard before it even comes here, that they have reviewed the application and that the legal components required of the applicant and the premises meet muster. And you are actually very close to being right on the money. I'll tell you how it happened, because it took me a while to figure out what happened. What happened is that the original lease was relatively simple. It was like, basically, think of a rectangle, 10,000 square feet. You know, it was simple. They submit the thing to Alcohol and Gaming. Alcohol and Gaming approves. What then happened is that Wayward Son wanted to build something within that 10,000 square feet. They did not submit a drawing with 10,000 square feet and show a 664 square foot. They submitted to the county a drawing that only showed the 664 square foot plus a supporting lease. Now, they got the lease because Mr. Walensky owned the building. So what's this county supposed to do? We're not going to accept this, to look beyond the document that, you know, qualifies under your ordinances for a construction permit? And ultimately, when they get the construction permit, they go to Alcohol and Gaming, do exactly the same thing. Do not show that it's a carve-out of an existing floor plan, but rather show the 664 square feet. And Alcohol and Gaming does, in my opinion, I wasn't there, does exactly the same thing as the county planning folks do. They say, well, we see the lease, we see the permission, you know, there's permission from the owner of the building to build this. Why should we question it?
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Larrañaga, I think Commissioner Hamilton has a question for you.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I think the questions on the square footage are pretty well answered, but apparently yesterday, there was a letter sent to you from lawyers for Mr. Walensky that mentioned a lawsuit. Do you have reason to think this is a concern relevant to our decision here, which otherwise seems pretty simple?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, yes, I received that letter. We read it, and we shared it with Penny and Greg. Also, today, Mr. Walensky emailed me with other questions. Him and his attorney were planning to attend here to argue their point. And then right before I walked over here, he emailed me again. I had emailed him the site plan that is Exhibit 4 in your packet material. He told me that is the correct site plan. So
sorry, correct what?
Correct site plan. That's what the structure looks like in the interior of the structure looks like now. So he was in agreement that the site plan was correct for the purposes of this hearing, and that's what we're going to send over to ABC also tomorrow. As soon as I get this, if this gets approved, I will get the preliminary approvals from the ABC signed by Vicky or Penny, and I will we'll put the notice, I will put the site plan, pretty much everything that's in your packet will go back to ABC so they could finish their process with the license. So they will see that we, as an exhibit, this floor plan was viewed by the BCC.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jose.
Thank you, Mr. Larrañaga. And I think we've probably asked a question from every angle, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all your efforts and good questions.
Okay, so we're going to move on to item number 11B. And once again, this is a public hearing. Oh, this one was tabled, yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, so we're going to go backwards. I don't believe we probably need staff here any longer, so we're going to entertain a motion to go into matters from the county attorney. Attorney Schaefer, can you give us a summarization of what we're going into executive session for?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Executive session is needed for the discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations between the Board of County Commissioners and collective bargaining units as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(5), threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(7), NMSA 1978, the discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(8), NMSA 1978, including the following specific items. 1, real property interest for County Convenience Center. 2, discussion of easement agreement number 2022-0015 PW between Santa Fe County and the City of Santa Fe for photovoltaic facilities. 3 right-of-ways for county-maintained roads within exterior boundaries of Pueblos. 4 NRA National Prescription Opiate Litigation, U.S. District Court, Northern District of Ohio, Eastern Division, case number 1:17-MD-2804. And 5 collective bargaining negotiations with ASME 1413-M.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer, for that summarization. Can I get a motion to go into
So
executive?
moved.
Second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hughes. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Anna Hanson.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Yes.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia. And Chair Roybal.
Yes. Okay, we're in executive session. Thank you. Okay, thank you,
Mr. Chair?
Commissioners. We're coming out of executive session. Can I go to Commissioner Hamilton for a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we come out of executive session and assure that the only things that were discussed in executive session were those things that were listed by Attorney Schaefer in the motion to go in, and no decisions were made.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Do I hear a second? Second from Commissioner. Second from Commissioner Hanson. So we have the motion from Commissioner Hamilton and the second from Commissioner Hanson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, so I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
Okay, what item are we on? We are on item
B,
10B.
photovoltaics.
Okay, I move to approve easement agreement number 2022-0015-PW contingent upon city council approval of SFC agreement number 2021-0141-PW/TVR, which provides an easement to the county for the Santa Fe River Greenway and other purposes on terms acceptable to the county manager. The county manager will inform the county clerk when this contingency has been met, at which time the county clerk may obtain the chair's signature and record easement agreement number 2022-0015-PW.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, Commissioner Hanson.
I move to approve the agreement between American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, New Mexico Council 18.
And I'll second. Under discussion, I believe that we may have somebody from the ASME for 1413M online that would like to address the commission. Tessa Jo, is there somebody online or on the phone?
No, they have to keep it. I don't know.
Okay, if there's somebody, a representative from the ASME 1413M that would like to address the commission, you can unmute yourself, or if you're a call-in, you can hit *6. Okay, hearing none, I was under the impression that we may have had somebody that wanted to address the commission in regards to this. So we have a motion and a second. The motion was from Commissioner Hanson, and the second was.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, there is somebody on WebEx.
There is somebody on WebEx? Okay, if we, can you help them unmute?
It's gentleman.
Daniel.
Hello, this is Mary Romero. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mary, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you for your time. So I am currently working at the Santa Fe County Adult Facility, and I'm a member of the ASHME 1413M. I'm also the vice president for this local. Our negotiation team and membership supports the proposal being presented. The medical department is essential to the function and safety in our facility, and there is a high demand for nurses and medical staff everywhere. With the proposal that was agreed upon in negotiations, we can not only bring in more much needed nurses, but we can retain the nurses that are vested in the county and the facility.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Romero. Thank you for those comments. Are there, under discussion, are there any other comments from commissioners? I just want to thank staff for working on these negotiations, and also the union members that actually worked on the union board members, I should say, that worked with with the county on coming to these agreements. So I just want to thank you all. And with that being said, we had a motion from Commissioner Hanson, a second from Commissioner Roybal. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. I believe that is pretty much it, unless any other commissioners have any other announcements. Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All those in favor signify by saying bye.
Aye.
Aye.